Good evening, chat. Hello. Hope you guys are doing well. Why am I still upside down? Come on. Come on, controller. It's like it failed to do its job. It's like, no shit. There we go. Anyways, guys, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Day, 10 plus 2, day 12 of the Kouri Richins trial. Remember, this is a half day, so it's not going to be a full day, which is good news. Some of you were wondering, did we do the call-in show last night? No, we kind of had a vote, and everybody rather we did model stream. So we worked on painting up the 88 and the Panzer III. So we got that all worked on, and that was kind of the big thing last night. And we had a little bit of a struggle bus session because this didn't want to look like $1 million compared to the 88, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Also, I realized I'm probably going to have to, I kind of dankle-gelb these, and I'm like, I'm going to have to paint these up a little bit with the striping on them. Anyway, that is where we are. That's where we were last night. Tonight, we're kind of like in another situation here where we could do a call-in show, but I'm actually inclined to do something else tonight, and is kind of get us caught up on the Afroman trial. There were some filings that were made. The court made some rulings on stuff. Dismissed a bunch of Afroman's claims, and the crybaby sheriffs are still going to trial, and we're still going to have that trial. I am not available to go down there, sadly, but that trial is a happen in chat. And if you guys want to talk about that, I was thinking we actually cover that tonight because it's not going to take forever, and I think that'd be kind of fun to do after this is over. So keep that in mind. Tell me what you'd like to do because we could do either way, and I'm fine with it. Brad says late fine. I'll just watch Alyssa clips. Well, there's nothing wrong watching Alyssa's clips. They're quality. Let's see here. How's your weather today? Nothing severe? Cool. I mean, nothing severe, but it rained like a son of a bitch. It rained like a son of a bitch. Did you figure out the airbrush? Not really. No. So, suffer, Sean. Suffer. So... yeah, I was going to do a call-in show, then I got high. We might save that till Saturday night. I don't know. We'll come up with something. But yeah, let me know what you guys want to do. Let me know what you guys are thinking here. Because like I said, we can catch up on Afroman and do that. Or we can do it tomorrow night. For the Thursday night show. It's up to your guys' choice. So, but we'll get that going here. And in the meantime, though, we have day 12. Kouri Richins. Remember, we left alone the last time. And we're now kind of like, what's going to happen here? What's going to happen here? And we're going to get ready on that. I'm glad Lakin Snelling finally has a warrant. Lakin Snelling. I thought you said Sneeding. Afroman sounds interesting. He does. It's a very cool case, and we'll get to it. Is Russell Greer still being a tard? Yes. Russell Greer is still a tard. He's always a tard. So, all right, guys. So we are going to switch over to Kouri Richins here, get this going. And it's still kind of going, which is a little bit of a thing here, but we'll do this now and get it moving. And who just messaged me? All right. Yeah, she's going to go to jail. I don't see how she wins this case, but once again, she still has the chance to put on a defense. We'll find out. Maybe something happens for her that's really, really good. I just don't know. And I don't see it. But just because I can't see it doesn't mean it's not true. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. C'est la vie. C'est la vie. So let's get started here. We get to skip ahead 20 minutes, chat.
So, forgive me, Mr. Bloodworth. In response to the state's highlights in and around page 75, like 9...
And remember, we're dealing with the issues in the transcript, chat, remember. And these the questions are going to be presented in the transcript parts in the interviews that's going to be presented. And the judge gave the defense until late last night to get stuff done. And then for the chance for the state to respond. So that's what we're dealing with here today.
Defendant's written response to state's motion to admit redacted exhibits 8-57R through 8-63R as prior consistent statements under Rule of Evidence 801 D1B. After everybody left the courthouse and upon reflection, the court did some additional research regarding the foundational requirements of 801 D1B, issued a ruling requesting additional foundation for admission of those redacted exhibits under that rule. That's docket 1700-1700. And shortly after that, had a WebEx conference on the record with counsel to discuss the court's concerns regarding the foundation requirements for that rule. Following that, the state narrowed its request to seek, as I understand it, Mr. Bloodworth, publishing, not admission, of portions of only two of the proffered exhibits. That would be 5-58R and 8-62R under Rule 106. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. After that, counsel, to their credit, engaged in a productive email exchange regarding their positions regarding those redactions. I think we need to discuss those one at a time now. Is that your view, Mr. Bloodworth?
It is, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It would help me to just go through these one at a time and talk about what's happening here. So let's start with Exhibit 5-58R, which is the transcript of a May 2nd, 2023 interview of Carmen Lauber. And we begin, as I understand it, I'm going off the 8-58R. Did I misspeak? My apologies. 8-58R. Thank you for the clarification. I want to make sure I'm looking at the right email here. And I'm not. My apologies. I need to print the state's response. One moment.
Your Honor, it's probably the 8:05 p.m.
Yes, that's right.
All right, Jay, here we go.
So on page 75, like 1921, the defendant states, quote, "This completely resolves this proffered section, leaving nothing for the court to decide." But then the state, I think, sees it a little differently. Help me understand here.
Yes, Your Honor. The highlighted, I think for the purpose of this discussion, not the highlights are immaterial. The highlights related to the 801 discussion.
Okay.
So in the 805 email last night, the state set forth its view by page and line number of the 106 argument.
Okay, so the state's position is that page 65, line 4 through page 87, line 13 from this should be published under Rule 106.
That's correct. And that section of that statement, that section of the transcript applies to both the first and second paragraphs. It encompasses both of the statements both of defense's statements that are outlined in paragraphs 1 and 2 of the 805 email.
Understood. And so to the extent when we look at 8-58R, to the extent that between page 65, line 4 and page 87, line 13, there are some sections that are not currently highlighted, is the state's position that those are included in the state's request?
Yes, Your Honor. I think for the purpose of this discussion, we can ignore highlighting.
Okay, got it. Let me pause there. Ms. Lewis, take a moment. Take the time you need.
Skip ahead here. Come on.
We were ignoring the highlights until right now. So,
Well, I think if it helps speed things along, as I understand it, the defendant didn't have any trouble with the highlighted portions. It's now the unhighlighted portions between 65 and 87 that we need to make sure you get an opportunity to respond to.
actually, Your Honor, we had agreed to letting in all of the highlighted portion on page 75 and 76 because that would be what was related to the statement that I elicited on cross. So that's what we had agreed to, which is what we believed the state wanted, because, like I said, it wasn't until Mr. Bloodworth just said we were now ignoring highlights. So we agreed to page 75, line 8, starting at line 8, through page 76, ending at line 5, under the rule of completeness, because that completed the discussion around the elicited statement, which is give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder. I think going all the way back and adding in everything does not have to do with that statement. It's a lot of discussion I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with O'Driscoll's statement that was elicited through Carmen. It's talking about, I'm trying to look at the unhighlighted parts now. I mean, it is talking about that it's about she doesn't know the situation between Eric and Kouri, which wouldn't have anything to do with that. It's about when we're going to meet again. She says, I need to go through whatever I need to go through to figure out. I mean, this doesn't have anything to do with that statement by Detective O'Driscoll. I mean, I agree the stuff right before that and immediately after that completes that line of question and answer should come in. But for example, on page 67, Detective Maynard says, I'm just saying we're going to need you to settle down and get details and timelines. I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with the statement. And it's also hearsay by Detective Maynard. I mean, I suppose if Mr. Bloodworth wants to question Detective O'Driscoll about some of these other statements, that would be appropriate, but I disagree that all of this comes in under the rule of completeness.
I think we need to be a little bit careful here. It's not Detective O'Driscoll's statements that are subject to the rule of completeness. It is Ms. Lauber's statements that are potentially subject to the rule of completeness. And as I understood the state's position, it was the context provided by Detective O'Driscoll's statement on page 75 combined with Ms. Lauber's response on page 82. And that was, as I understood from back when Carmen Lauber testified in open court, what the state believes they needed to correct the arc of. Is that fairly stated, Mr. Bloodworth?
It is, Your Honor, and I can provide additional detail to the extent we need it.
If you would just make a record for why the state believes page 65, line 4 through page 87, line 13 is required to explain, qualify, or provide context for Ms. Lauber's testimony, I appreciate it.
Your Honor, the necessary context is that Carmen Lauber was agitated about her involvement in Eric Richins' death, and the detectives were trying to settle her down and focus her in on the details. The court can see the word details in this portion of the transcript appears a dozen or so times as Carmen Lauber is scattered. They're focused. They're trying to just get her focused in on the details, and in the details, and explaining to her, right, because the broader context here is they're talking about her immunity, and they're explaining to her that details are necessary so that they can corroborate them, and that corroboration of those details is necessary for immunity. That is the context of the statement.
Ms. Lewis, go from there, please.
Sorry, just a moment.
Your Honor, if the state could add, that is the narrowly tailored context of the statement. The state, water under the bridge, but the state has argued the entire series of interviews provides that context as well.
That's been preserved.
It has. I appreciate that.
I don't disagree. Really, what should come in is the complete statement on page 75 and 76. I will say, in looking at this, though,
The Honorable
I was already
Judge Matt Walsh.
when we were
No.
looking at it previously. just
No,
I really
don't
did
say
have
that
a
about him.
problem with through line on page 82 through line 17 on page 82, because I actually do think some of that came in during cross. I'm not probably like to take out the stuff between, well, no, that's kind of a. So I really don't have a problem with line 8, starting with line 8 on 75 through line 17. Although, you know, I'm sorry, Your Honor, this skips. I mean, we go from 76 to 82. So
No, with the state's request, and I can appreciate why you just need a moment to walk through it. But sitting here this morning, the state's request under Rule 106 is to publish, among other portions, page 65, line 4 through page 87, line 13
all right,
of
so
this.
you also want, which you did include 77 through. That's where you lost me.
So there's a gap in what we're looking at pages 77 through 82.
Is there?
Yes. But they've provided that they wanted jump from page 76 to 82.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Bloodworth. I'm reading your email at 8:05 p.m. 65, line 4 through 87, 13 inclusive?
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct. I think that the disconnect here is the pages we're looking at.
Jump.
She's looking at jump. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So now you want the pages to get across.
I did not appreciate that. I've got to see the other pages.
So do I.
Yeah, my apologies.
Here's what we'll do. Page 65, line 4, through page 87, line 13,
87? 13?
minus pages 77 through 81.
Okay. So now we're back to
We're
the
back.
proposed
Just take us
5-58
here,
R.
just in a more efficient
Yeah,
way.
yeah, that's fine. Okay, so Ms. Lewis, my apologies. Now I think we're all on the same page regarding the paper version of 5. I keep doing that 8-58R that we're looking at. Thank you for raising that. So just so the record's clear, we're currently contemplating page 65, line 4 through 7625, and then 82.1 through 87.13.
I would agree with 76 starting at line 8 through the bottom. I'm sorry, 75 starting at line 8 through the bottom of 76. And I'm all right with page 82 through line 17, but we would object to the rest.
Okay, bear with me.
Oh my God, this is just agony getting through this nonsense. Did Kouri feed a fentanyl sandwich to that lady's eyebrows? Oh. Yeah, I don't know who that dude is right there, but.
All right, so the court is persuaded that the statements of Carmen Lauber elicited on cross-examination,
Yes.
as indicated on proposed exhibit 8-58R on pages 75, line 19 through 22, 82, lines 8 through 11, and page 86, line 17 through 19, require, under Rule of 106, context, qualification, and explanation in the form of additional portions of 8-58R. And those additional portions are page 65, line 4 through page 76, line 25, and page 82, line 1 through page 87, 13. Any clarification, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis?
No.
All right.
No.
So I think that handles bulleted or numbered paragraphs 1 and 2 in the email exchange between counsel, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That brings us to numbered paragraph number 3. Bear with me. So here, to provide additional context, qualification, and explanation for Ms. Lauber's statement that I get that related to the get out of jail free card, Mr. Bloodworth, I understand the state is requesting publishing 114 line 6 through 115 line 6. Is that right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, go ahead.
Your Honor, I think the discussion about what Ms. Richins is doing, about the children and the relationship with her father, all of that doesn't add any context to what Detective Maynard's statement is. I mean, I guess I'm not opposed to going through line 12 where she says, oh, I get that. But the rest of it it's also quite prejudicial.
Why is it prejudicial? I mean, it doesn't matter if it's prejudicial. I don't have any discretion here if it's required for.
I understand. But
So
I mean, the fact that he says you're on what your get out of jail free card looks like based on the information that, and then he says there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad. There's a family that doesn't have a brother. I mean, what does her response about the boys and Eric have anything to do with the fact that she now has a get out of jail free card if she gives them her information?
I understand the state's position to be this shows what her motivation, the complete version of her motivation, rather than just a motivation to serve her own interests. Is that about right, Mr. Bloodworth?
That is, Your Honor. And Detective Maynard couples the two in his statement. It's get out of jail free card looks like, based on the information, that there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad. He's coupled them.
I'm sorry, can you finish?
Yeah.
I don't know why just going through line 12 where Ms. Lauber says, oh, I get that. Why doesn't that complete that she gets that that's why it is because of this reason? Why do we have to go into the rest of the relationship with Eric and the kids and Kouri's living her life while everybody else is suffering? I don't understand how that completes anything more than just ending with Ms. Lauber's statement at line 12, that she understands that's why it is because of the circumstances.
Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead.
Your Honor, it completes Carmen Lauber's expression of her motivation to cooperate.
Okay. Having considered the arguments of counsel and looked at Carmen Lauber's statement on page 114, line 12, the court is persuaded that under Rule 106, publishing of page 114, line 6 through page 115, line 6 is necessary to explain, qualify, and provide context for her response.
Okay.
All right. That brings us to pages 182 and 183, correct, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So here, the statement that the state seeks to provide additional context, explanation, and qualification for is Ms. Lauber's statement on page 183, line 5. Can you guys just write it and I sign it? Correct, Mr. Blubber?
Correct, Your Honor.
And the state's position is that under Rule 106, we're required to go back to 182, line 12 and include through 183, line 14. Do I have your position correct?
You do, Your Honor. And that necessary context is that the detectives needed Carmen Lauber to put her verbal statements on paper and that detectives were not able to do it for her.
Actually, I'm fine with that. I think there was a typo in what we said in our response.
Okay. Very good. The court is. Oh, I'm sorry to cut you off, Ms. Lewis. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying in terms of the lines we agreed to, I think that's just typed incorrectly. That's not fine.
Okay. Under Rule 106, the state is permitted to publish
Well,
line 182, pardon me, page 182, line 12 through 183, line 14 from 8-58R. Anything else from 8-58R, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Bloodworth.
That brings us to 8-62R, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So we're going through these
We got
Carmen
page
things
12.
here, guys. Do you want to keep going or no? Eric says, what's
Here,
going
in
on?
response
So,
to question.
so what's going on is the interview the police had with Carmen Lauber, the housekeeper. There's a bunch of statements she made that are very inculpatory and point out that Kouri Richins always knew this was fentanyl and was in on it from the start. Well, Kouri's trying to keep all this stuff out. They're trying to limit these things, but the state wants them in, so they're parsing apart these transcripts to see what's admissible and what's not admissible at trial for when the detective testifies at the end, because they're going to end on their detective who investigated the whole thing here. So.
From Detective Maynard, the goal is to convict Kouri for
I hope that
aggravated
makes
murder.
sense.
These parallel drug investigations, those aren't a priority. Ms. Lauber says right. And the state asserts that.
Oh, it's probably 100% too late for her to plea out, especially now. I think they've got her on the run. I doubt they'd offer her anything at this point except plead everything and argue sentence. That'd probably be their only plead the indictment.
Completeness
If I were them, that's what I would offer at this point.
requires that we also publish page 11, line 20 through page 13, line 22. Correct?
Correct, Your Honor. And the necessary context there is that Carmen Lauber is spooked by the federal grand jury investigation, and Detective Maynard is assuring her that that federal grand jury investigation is secondary to the murder investigation.
Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, I really think that if we start at page 11, line 20, and go through 12, line 20, that it states enough to cover all of that without getting into the grand jury, which is a whole other can of worms.
Why can't we go to 13, line 7? It gets a little confusing after that, I'll grant you, but 13, line 7, I think, is an important closure on that issue of the potential for federal charges.
I'd like to take out the reference to the grand jury. What if we,
Help me understand, what is it you think is the problem with the grand jury? This is what they're talking about, is federal charges.
well, they are, but it's clear in here that she's saying federal charges are the next, that's more up the chain serious, like the highest extreme. So it's already in here that they're already saying that federal charges are more serious, and he's telling her not to worry about that without getting into the grand jury, which causes me concerns. I mean, that's something we've avoided talking about. It speculates, it's going to allow the jury to speculate about what that means. If there's other charges, I think most people don't know what a grand jury is. They may think there's another jury that's made some kind of finding. I mean, we maybe could go through line 7 if we just take out, we could even just take out on 13, starting at line 2. Just take out that's where it's formalizing it with the grand jury.
Let's talk about mechanics for a second, Mr. Bloodworth. I understand, or I appreciate that these are many fewer pages of transcript than was under contemplation yesterday. Are we just going to show the transcript to the jury at this point, or have we cut the video down?
Your Honor, we've set the conditions where we can cut the video down. There's still a little bit of editing time, but not much.
Sure.
The state intends to publish by, as we've published other similar exhibits, playing the video with the transcript rolling beneath it.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, talk to me. Why in the state's view do we need to go beyond line 7 on page 13?
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm actually okay if we go through line 10.
Okay. Line 10
That
on page
completes the
13.
thought.
That's agreeable, Your Honor.
All right. So, first, the court is persuaded that, with respect to state's proposed exhibit 8-62R, publishing page 11, line 20, through page 13, line 10, is necessary under Rule 106 to provide additional context for Ms. Lauber's response to Detective Maynard's question, as depicted on page 12, lines 2 through 6. The court is not persuaded that a stray reference to Carmen Lauber appearing before a grand jury will mislead or confuse the jury in any way about any consequences or any investigation regarding Kouri Richins. The defendant's request for redaction of that sentence is respectfully denied.
I don't necessarily know about that little one individual sentence making or breaking it for Kouri. But Dr. Nick is saying, after seeing Bob Motta's take on this, seemed like bullshit. The state was allowed to bring this in anyway. I did see Bob's takes. Bob Motta over at Defense Diaries, very good attorney, very well seasoned, very good practicing attorney. Him and Allie, his wife. I don't know. I haven't seen his take, but I mean, like, I don't think they should have been able to bring in all the shit they brought in. But once again, I'm not a judge. Like, I think he was overly inclusive about everything that could come in. But here's the point. Even if a bunch of it was out, I think a lot of this would sink. I think Kouri's toast anyway. I don't know how much of this is really going to change the ultimate day for her. Oh, okay. Okay, well, thank you. Johnny says the jury must be bored having to wait this long. I mean, at times, but normally you got books, you're reading along, you got your books, you're playing Angry Birds on your phone. Something, you got something to do. And Johnny says, I have a big appreciation for lawyers. Now for lawyers, what an arduous job. Yeah, at times this could be like, I mean, think about you sitting here having to listen to it, but imagine having to do this, stay on top of it. Yes, this shit could be grueling and just mentally taxing. So they're playing beer pong in the back. It wouldn't surprise me if there's evidence of juries drinking or doing shit like that. It really wouldn't surprise me. So anyways, let's keep going.
Anything further on that, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Scott, do you need any of those numbers again?
No, Your Honor. I was following along and I have them down. And I can provide a copy of the video as soon as I have them ready to the defense to have the process move forward.
Perfect. I like that plan. Let me just write this one down.
So that guy's the redaction guy. He's like, I'll get it done.
Mr. Bloodworth, that means the 60. I sent out notice of the court's decision denying defendant's motion for mistrial. I'll issue a written ruling providing the court's analysis in the due course, but I needed to make sure that he had notice of that decision. I also gave notice of the court's designing a remedy under Rule 16 of requiring the state to recall Ms. Lauber in its case in chief to make sure that defendant has an opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Lauber about the alleged violation of her drug court probation in November 2023. I know only 12 hours have transpired since that time, Mr. Bloodworth, but what is the state's expectation?
Your Honor, she will be here at 1 o'clock.
All right. Are we starting with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh,
Ms. Lewis, anything further on that?
I imagine that nobody will be discussing with her what she's coming back to testify regarding.
Well, I told her she was still subject to the subpoena, that she was not released. I'm sure all officers of the court will abide by the rules there. You'd be within your rights.
Here we go. Here we go. Okay.
I imagine the state will have some limited redirect of her upon putting her on the stand.
Yes, Your Honor. Maybe we can clarify this.
I mean, yeah, I know. I don't appreciate the art of the trial stream, and so a lot of this is listening to what the hell's going on here. And figuring it out, yeah. So Erica, you're saying, why would this be allowed? Tell me. I mean, they're allowed to bring this witness back in and re-question her, and the defense can cross-examine her. Like, they are forcing her to have to be confronted. So that's actually good. Good on the judge. But, yeah. I like that there. Watching courting videos is a good way to waste 15 minutes. Yeah. Whoever Scott is for the state is putting in work this week. Yeah. Yeah, but you know what? That guy's making, 100 some K a year, so don't feel too bad for him. He's working hard. But he's earning his money. So. But yes, that is the true essence of trial streaming, which I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand that essence of it. You also need, when you trial stream, you need to do it like, you need to have a window like this, because that's really what you guys are here to do, is look at me. We also need windows everywhere. Buddy.
Cross. I think the record's clear in the state's papers that defense has already had an opportunity to examine her on this issue. I appreciate the prophylactic nature of the court's ruling.
Right.
I'm happy to protect the record. But as I understand it, the scope of defense's cross-examination of Ms. Lauber today is limited to impeachment based on the materials surrounding her supervision.
Yeah, even I think more specifically, the material received by the defense pursuant to the subpoena that allegedly revealed this potential violation of her drug court probation in November of 2023. That's the new information.
Okay, and as I understand, that new information is an unsigned affidavit, although substantively that affidavit is no different than the information provided pre-trial.
Yeah, that was a little unclear from the papers as to whether the subpoena response gave more detail than what was provided pre-trial. I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
And I want to be clear, this will come out in the court's oral ruling.
Sure.
The court is not making any finding that the Summit County Attorney's Office intentionally withheld any information, but the knowledge of Detective Maynard is imputed to the state, and so we are where we are.
Yeah, and I appreciate all that. I think the only information in the subpoena return that was new was a printout of a link to a drug test result, the link which has long expired. So
Was the unsigned declaration provided prior to trial?
Your Honor, it was not, but all the substance in that unsigned declaration was provided prior to trial.
Well, to prevent any
Sure.
infirmity on appeal, my view is that the scope of this recross that the court is providing the defense an opportunity to do are the facts and circumstances related to any potential violation of Ms. Lauber's drug court terms and conditions in November of 2023.
Understand.
Ms. Lewis.
Just some clarification. Well, first, the only information I had before was that she apparently had drank alcohol. The information about the circumstances surrounding that is new. But the other thing, so I included in what the state sent us was the letter that Carmen Lauber sent to Judge Mabee, which I did have before, but I didn't question her about it. But now I would like to point out that what she says in that letter is not accurate.
What's the date of the letter?
February 15th of 2024, where she says that she's been in 100% full compliance. Well, now we know that she's not been in 100% full compliance. So
I don't know if we know that. We know that she was observed holding an alcoholic drink. We don't know if she ever consumed it. And so, I mean, I suppose if you want to ask her if she violated her condition of not possessing or purchasing alcohol, you can ask her that. But,
Your Honor, I'm not sure that's...
now it says she was consuming it here.
well, that's an unsigned affidavit. We got to be careful. That's not evidence of anything. It's just words on a piece of paper. You can ask her about it, but we can't admit that. Go ahead, Mr. Weber.
Your Honor, the letter to Judge Mabee, I believe, has been in discovery for years.
No, and Ms. Lewis is not suggesting otherwise. It's just she's not suggesting now she has, in her view, evidence that the statements made by Ms. Lauber in the letter are not true. And so she now has a reason to ask her about that.
Understand.
And then we were provided also this, I guess it's a screenshot of text between Ms. Lauber and Detective Maynard that we just got also for the first time that I didn't have. So I would like to ask her again about her communications and her supervision.
As long as you're within the dates of those text messages. Unless they had those as well. I don't know.
Your Honor, they don't, but she testified to exactly what the text messages show. So I don't know if there's any impeachment there.
And is that true?
She testified that, off of my memory,
Yeah.
she testified that her check-ins with Detective Maynard amounted to one of them texting Lauber, the other responding with Maynard, which is precisely what the texts show. So in fact, I think the text messages are 100% entirely consistent with Carmen Lauber's testimony.
Ms. Lewis, let me look at the text with you for a moment. My apologies.
That's fine. I would need to look at that portion of the testimony again, because maybe my recollection is incorrect, but I know she also testified about a lot of communications with Detective Maynard. I mean, I think it would be appropriate to ask her if these communications were in text, because the texts don't include that. And I don't know why we have just a screenshot of a week of text. I mean, this is incomplete.
Well, but Ms. Lauber's not going to know why that's what you received from the subpoena response. You can ask Detective Maynard about that if you want to call him.
About why we only have these dates. Is that what you're talking about?
Right. Ms. Lauber won't know why Detective Maynard or the Summit County Sheriff's Office did or didn't
right.
produce additional records.
I was going to ask her that. I was talking about if this is a fair representation of all of her texts. I mean,
All of her texts for Saturday, February 14th through Monday, February 16th.
Well, I think I could ask her if this was a representation of her text throughout her supervision, if this is what they
There's
did.
no. What's the foundation for the fact that they only texted for 3 days in February of 2024?
No, what I'm saying is, I think I can ask her, show her this and say, are these 3 days a representation? Is this how you always communicated with him? Not just these 3 days. Does this represent how you always communicated with him?
I'll give you limited latitude there.
Okay. And then,
I want to make sure you heard the word limited when I said that.
and then I need to look at exactly what she said about that before, but I may have some other questions regarding how they communicated other than these texts.
Okay. Take a look at it. Let me know if you want to readdress this prior to 1 p.m.
All right. Let me just make sure that's everything.
Now, to be clear, my view is that because we're in the state's case in chief and we're recalling one of the state's witnesses, Mr. Bloodworth, if you want on direct to direct examine Ms. Lauber regarding the November 2023 events, if any, you're permitted to do so.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, I think that's it.
Okay. Let me pause there. Anything else on the record at this time, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Am I correct that the state's intention, as we sit here at the moment, is to call Ms. Lauber and Detective O'Driscoll today?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any intention, as you sit here at the moment, to call any other witnesses in the state's case in chief?
No, sir.
Okay. Understanding we may or may not get Detective O'Driscoll done today, but certainly will sometime tomorrow. Does the defense, if it plans to put on witnesses, that's your prerogative to choose whether or not to do so, have a couple or more in the wings for tomorrow?
We do.
Okay, very good. Anything else on the record right now, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Yes,
That's
sir.
definitely when I need to take a break after they rest to do our Rule 17 motion.
Fine.
And we also, while we're talking about scheduling, we've got plenty of time here. We would like to build in a little bit of time to have a conversation with our client upon their arresting. There are some decisions the client will need to make. And we may need about 30 minutes to do that.
No problem. No problem. Okay. Anything else on the record at this time, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
All right, folks, we will be in recess. Why don't we plan council to be back at 12:45, just to make sure we handle any issues that may come up between now and 1 p.m. All right, we'll be in recess until 12:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Court's in recess, folks. Thank you.
All right, chat. So there you go. There's a lot. I mean, there's stuff going on here. We are going to see Carmen Lauber. This will be interesting to see how this goes from here. And is Kouri going to take the stand? I don't think we know that for sure yet because it's all on. That's all up to Kouri, and we're not there yet. So we're going to take time. Look at this chat. We are just eating up time here. Like, isn't this so cool? It's so cool. And look, you can see his head. He's doing something, the judge. All right. Here we go. Now, is this going to make or break it? I don't know. I haven't watched this, but I have a feeling this is not going to save the day for Kouri. This is going to be a lot of flailing, I expect. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. So here we go.
Please.
Here she goes.
Ms. Lauber, if you would please step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn back in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
So let's see what this does for us.
Please have a seat. When you're comfortable, please adjust the mic so it's close. Probably going to need to be a little closer. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sounds good. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. I understand the defense has some additional questions.
Ms. Lewis.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lauber.
Good afternoon.
Has anybody spoken to you about why you have been asked to come back today?
My lawyer told me I was getting recalled again today.
And were you told why you were being recalled?
No.
Okay. So nobody's talked to you about
No.
what we're going to go over?
No.
All right. I just have a few questions for you about your probation that you've been on since May of 2023 when you were released after all of your interviews with Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard. Okay.
When I was released from Wasatch
Jail.
County?
Yes. When you were released from Wasatch County Jail and then you were placed on probation.
Yes.
Okay.
Come on, yes.
All right. All right. So when you were released, and this is, I think we've already talked about, but just for some background, your probation was transferred to Summit County, right?
Yes,
And Detective Maynard became your probation officer.
correct.
And you said that you texted him every day while on probation,
Yeah, sometimes I forget a couple days.
but every day from then, like through today?
Yes,
Did you text him about everything about your probation, like your work hours and
yes.
everything was through text?
Sometimes phone calls, but yeah, he had my work schedule through text, mostly texts.
Okay. And would those texts be available either on your phone or on his? Do you know?
They should be, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, when you were when you were released and you went on probation, you signed a paper acknowledging what your conditions on release would be, correct?
Yes.
And that, well, actually, Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 3014 for the witness? Can you see that?
She will
There's
just
nothing
go.
there.
There you go.
Okay, that's it.
And do you recognize that as your conditions of probation that you signed and agreed to?
Yes.
Your Honor, could we move to admit 3014 and publish it?
Objection, Your Honor. Here's it.
These are being admitted to show what Ms. Lauber understood, correct, Ms. Lewis?
Right,
Okay.
correct.
Overruled. 3014 is admitted for the purpose of showing Ms. Lauber's understanding.
Okay, and you signed that paper agreeing you would follow those conditions. Is that true?
Correct.
Do you want me to publish these?
Oh, yes, I said that. Sorry. But since May of 23, you violated these conditions, true?
I don't recall what you mean by that.
Have you violated any of the conditions that you agreed to since you signed that paper?
Which one did, no.
You haven't violated any conditions?
The weapon one?
I'm sorry, what?
About? The weapon one? The one you're talking about?
I'm asking you. Did you violate the weapons condition?
There was a weapon found in my room when they raided it, yes. Is that what you're meeting?
Was there a weapon found after you signed these conditions?
Yes,
So you violated that condition.
yes.
All right. You also violated the alcohol condition, correct?
If you're talking about where I went to a concert,
That's correct. That's what I'm talking about.
yes.
All right.
Hmm.
So, and that was in November of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure. The day of the concert, I went with a bunch of friends.
Okay. Could we just show the witness Defense Exhibit 3010? And actually, you violated in October of 2023. Is that correct?
What's this gonna do?
Okay. I'm sorry. So October of 2023, you violated your alcohol condition, true?
I went there with a bunch of friends, and my buddy who bought me the ticket, I asked him if I could pay him back. He said, no, you could just buy the drinks and snacks.
All right. And you drank the drinks also.
No, I did not.
Well, so you were seen at the concert by a detective from the Summit County Police Force,
With
correct?
Brian, yes, correct.
And you had alcohol in your hand, correct?
Correct.
And afterwards, he contacted you, correct?
Maynard did, I believe. I don't
Okay.
think-
It was
I don't
Detective Maynard contacted you.
think- Yeah, I don't think this detective did.
And you admitted to him that you drank the alcohol,
I
correct?
told him I was there with it, yes.
You said you consumed it.
No, I did not. I don't recall time I consumed it, no. I bought the snacks and beverages for,
Would you look at what's in front of, actually, Your Honor, can we just publish this now? I'd be to admit. For
Yes,
just
please.
purposes.
I think.
Here's it. Yes.
Assistant.
All right, I want you to take a look with the line that is,
Can read it.
thank you, highlighted. I was going to
Okay,
count.
hold on, chat. We're gonna switch
The line that is
over here.
yes, I see it.
And what does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Detective Maynard?
No, I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
So you did tell Detective Maynard you actually drank alcohol. I was going to count it. But the line that is highlighted.
Yes, I see it.
And what does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Detective Maynard?
No, I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
So you did tell Detective Maynard you actually drank alcohol, correct?
I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
Okay, so if Detective Maynard said that you admitted that to him, that's true.
Yes, yeah,
All right.
he said it, yes.
And in fact, you also violated your curfew too, correct? You had a curfew, isn't that true? Let me back up. You had a curfew, correct?
Yes,
You had to be home every night by 9 p.m.
yes.
And you violated that also when you went to the concert, correct?
I don't recall.
YouTube just does what it wants. I don't know what to tell you. YouTube does what it does. I can't control it. So, and Afix, thank you again. The wonderful Afix helping us out. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. But let's see how this is going to help. Let's see how this is going to help Kouri. I'm putting my money on, not really. And then IG88 says for $1.99. The $1.99 club, chat. Everyone knows that fucking Chug was drinking. Yes. Yes. So here we go.
I stayed the whole concert. I did not stay the whole concert. I left early.
So
I was home at 9 o'clock, probably not exactly at 9.
you don't admit that you violated your curfew.
Yes, I do.
You did violate your curfew.
Yes, but I said I did not
What's
stay
it
the whole
gonna do for
concert.
you?
Okay. So the reason that you were discovered in violation is because an officer saw you, correct?
Correct.
Or no one would have ever known, correct?
I'm not too sure. I had an ankle monitor on. They would know where I was at.
But they wouldn't know you were drinking.
No.
No. Okay, so you just happened to be caught on this occasion, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then in February of 2024, you wrote a letter to Judge Mabee, who was over your drug court, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, could you show Exhibit 3012? Thank you. Take a look at that and tell me if that is the letter that you sent to Judge Mabee. Do you remember that letter now, Ms. Lauber?
Yeah.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I move to admit Exhibit 3012 and publish it.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not.
Are we admitting it for the truth?
I mean, it's her statement. She can be questioned about it.
So, question.
Yes.
You're saying if you're admitting for the truth, it's hearsay.
All right. All right. In this letter, you were asking for permission to go visit your boyfriend in Las Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this letter, you said that. Actually, Your Honor, could you 1 second?
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, did you take that down, Katie? I'm sorry.
I've got it.
To go to Vegas once a month, correct?
No.
Yes.
And in that letter in February of 24, you said that you have been in 100% full compliance with everything asked of me. So I should be allowed to do this, correct?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, right?
Yes. No. Yes. Yes and no.
It was not. It wasn't true that you've been in 100% compliance. So what you represented to Judge Mabee in order to.
So what this actually shows, very best little hair house. You said, yay, Cleveland. Well, if you're in Cleveland, yeah, I'm in the Cleveland area over on the east side, eastern suburbs. What does this all show? It just shows that she is not complying with the terms of her probation. And because she didn't want to go to prison, she said, I'll tell you whatever the fuck you want to know. She's like, oh my God, whatever I can do to keep my ass out of trouble, she is willing to do right now. And that is the biggest thing I would argue they're doing at this point. Is just showing that she's not trustworthy. This is all impeachment. This is all impeachment, chat. So yeah. Well, no, and at Panzer Dude, you're like, wow, drug dealer's a bad person. Yeah. And when I was prosecutor, I would use this point of when we were dealing with cases like, things happen. Like the people involved in drug deals or the people involved in a murder or the people involved in a rape are not people who are going to be on city council. They're not going to be at the Rotary meeting. You're not going to be, they don't get the key to the city. I've done this as a defense attorney too. The people who do drugs, you're never getting, they're not going to be somebody who wins a Nobel Prize. They're going to be people who lie. They're going to be people who are deceptive. They're going to live lives you would never find acceptable in a million years. But yeah, this is how they do it. This is the people you have to deal with. So.
To get to do something you wanted to do, it wasn't correct, right?
Correct.
It was an untrue statement.
Yes.
All right. If I could just have one moment. Your Honor, that's all we have.
Ms. Lauber, you just testified to a gun. You recall that?
Yes,
Was that the gun the detective seized when executing a warrant on your home on April the 26th, 2023?
correct.
And then you entered into the probation agreement about a month later on May the 18th, 2023?
I'm not sure exactly the date, but
But it's in evidence. Thanks.
yes.
Ms. Lewis, may we allow this witness to step down?
Yes, we may.
Are we releasing this witness?
No, we would ask that she just be, the subpoena remain in effect.
Okay.
That she may leave now.
So Ms. Lauber, to be clear, like the last
Well,
time,
yeah,
you're
yeah.
free to go,
I'll
but
be-
you're still subject to subpoena. You may be called back. Because of that possibility, I need you to not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of this case of any kind. And do not talk to anybody about your testimony. Okay, very good. You're free to go.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth,
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Jeff O'Driscoll.
Detective, let's get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
One more time, sir. What is your name?
Detective Jeff O'Driscoll, O''Driscoll.
And what, sir, do you do for a living?
I'm a narcotics and major crimes detective for the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
10 years.
What did you do before becoming a detective?
I worked in the patrol division with the Sheriff's Office. I had a number of primary duties as well as lateral duties. I was mainly responsible for responding to calls for service. I also was a canine handler. I was a UAS pilot or drone pilot. I was a member of the SWAT team as well as a SWAT sniper, and various other administrative duties.
When did you become a detective?
July of 2022.
And sir, what types of cases have you handled as a detective?
All types of cases, as far as property crimes, frauds, thefts, mail thefts, home burglaries, vehicle burglaries, and then persons crimes, everywhere from simple assault to sexual assault, shootings. I was also on part of an on-call rotation for any in progress or major incidents in the county, as well as all deaths in the county.
Are you currently the lead detective on this case?
Yes, I am.
When were you assigned as lead detective?
In March of 2023.
And did you take over from Detective Woody?
Yes, that's correct.
Was this your first death investigation as a detective?
No, as I said, I was on the on-call rotation for all deaths occurring in the county. And before that, I investigated several as just a first responder in patrol as well.
Was this your first death investigation that became a full-blown homicide investigation?
Yes, it was.
Upon being assigned as lead investigator in this case, how did you approach your investigation?
I had limited information when I first came onto the case. I didn't know all the facts and details about the case, but I knew some of
Hi, Crystal. How you doing? Kayla says, Sean, I don't believe that. I'm sure there have been plenty of inventors, writers that were using plenty of drugs. Like, okay. Yes. And here's the point. The point is this. Okay, look. Yes, there are people who have dropped out of high school, got addicted to heroin, and made $1 million. That doesn't mean the best way to go make $1 million is drop out of high school and get addicted to heroin. Okay? For the most part, people who do well and bring progress to society and benefit society are people who do their thing. They're generally not bad people. They're generally not people who do bad things. Like on a scale like this, they're not, defrauding banks and buying fentanyl and things like that. So yes, sure. But like the exceptions don't the rule exists for a reason. Stereotypes exist for a reason because they're true. You got to be careful about that. Like, yes, there are some times where things work. Yes. There's a reason why they're the exception. So the Austrian painter was on speedballs. Yeah, but he also had like Parkinson's. So it's just in general. So that's all I'm trying to say. Anyways, let's get back to this.
the information, particularly the results from the autopsy as well as the tox results from the medical examiner's office. So I knew that Eric had died of a fentanyl intoxication and that there was fentanyl in both his blood and his gastric content. But as far as how I approached the investigation, I wanted to start fresh. I wanted to start as if it was the first day that it had occurred and the first time that I was seeing it. I tried to look at it with fresh eyes and try to get a fresh perspective. Having said that, and knowing what I knew from the autopsy results, it was apparent to me that there were 3 likely possibilities of how Eric died. The first being that he had an accidental overdose after taking a substance that may have contained fentanyl. The second being that he intentionally ingested orally a large amount of fentanyl to commit suicide. And third, that somebody else administered orally to him a large amount of fentanyl in order to kill him.
As part of your investigation, did investigators get Eric's doppel history?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 1-27? And while that's coming up, what is a doppel history?
DOPL stands for Department of Professional Licensing, but in our world, what it means is the state holds a database of all prescription controlled substances that are prescribed, issued, filled, the dates they were filled, who the patient was, the dosage, things like that. The state maintains that information. We can request that for any particular patient within the state.
Your Honor, are you able to publish that to the witness and counsel?
Yes, sir. You ready for you to the witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You should see it now.
Not at the bottom. Is this the doppel history that investigators requested?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we publish?
Any objection, Councilman?
No objection. He's moving to admit.
Move to admit and publish.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 1-27 is admitted.
Scott, if you could, dig in that bottom portion, please. What's the headline here?
All right,
Detective?
chat. This is
It's just the contents of who the results are being sent to. And
all right, chat. So this is Driscoll asking for the medical records of Eric Richins here, going through some information.
And it says no records found for Eric Eugene Richins with his date of birth and the time frame that they searched.
So what does that mean for your investigation?
It means that Eric wasn't prescribed any prescription controlled substances during that time frame.
Did investigators search Eric's phone for evidence of THC gummy use?
Yes.
Did investigators discover 2 text messages between Kouri and Eric Richins regarding THC gummy use?
Yes, those messages were recovered from Eric's cell phone.
Scott, can I get 2-118D, please? Is this an accurate depiction of a November 20th, 2021 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Shelly?
Yes, it is.
I mean, it sounds good. Air fried chicken's never a bad option. Chicken's never bad. Never bad. And real quick, James for 10 subs. Let's go tonight, chat. Big frickin' support. Also, I need to see what you guys. It sounds like we'll be doing some Afroman tonight. But let's hit this. Let's hit this hard. Thank you, James, for your support and your generosity. Here we go. You had food poisoning over the weekend from chicken tendies? Uh-oh. KJ says, could you sound a gummy instead of boofing it? I bet you could, because gummies are still like, they'll dissolve. I mean, that would be very difficult and painful, but I'm assuming after a while your body would absorb it. So.
Not a move to admit and publish 2-118D.
No objection.
2-118D is admitted and now published.
I believe the green is Eric's and the blue is Kouri Richins.
All right, chat. So we are getting into some of these text messages. These text messages are showing like attachments getting sent around.
Scott 2-119D, please.
Here we go.
Detective, is this a accurate depiction of a January 13th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, and again, I believe it's the green that is Eric speaking and the blue that is Kouri Richins speaking.
Your Honor, say moves to admit and publish.
No objection.
States 2-119D is admitted.
Okay, so this is Eric and Kouri talking, and he says, "No, you are. You're my princess." And this is where it's to Kouri says, "I'll call you on my way." And then this is from Eric to Kouri. He says, "No, I would never go hang out with girls and miss the boys and boy games and scouts. Sorry, but that's not something I would ever think about doing." And this is like a couple of months before the killing. Then Kouri says, "Can you bring me home soup, please?"
Detective, are you familiar with a children's book entitled Are You With Me that Kouri Richins purportedly authored to help children deal with the loss of a parent?
Yes, I am.
How did you first come familiar with it?
Your Honor, we just want to renew our previous objections to this line of questioning.
Court stands on its prior ruling. Please read.
Sir, how did you first become familiar with it?
Another one of the investigators from the sheriff's office shared a link with me to a story by Good Things Utah, a local news channel, and I viewed an interview there between Ms. Richins and reporters.
Scott, can I get 8-21 Sierra, please? Sir, do you recognize that as an authentic depiction of a screenshot from that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-21S.
Your Honor, we renew our 4-1 and 4-3 objections.
Overruled. 8-21, did I get the number right? 8-21S is admitted and published.
Did detectives investigate how Kouri Richins came to appear on Good Things Utah?
Yes. A subpoena was sent to ABC Utah news station to get that information, and part of their production, they produced some emails between Ms. Richins and the production team. It appeared that they had some kind of standardized form that anyone could fill out to requesting to be on the show, and it looked like Ms. Richins had filled that out, and they were communicating about the results.
Scott, can I get 2-115?
My clients are illiterate. Do I ever have to read text in court? No, I don't actually have to read in court for people. I know I don't. Be nice by paying attention. I'm reading the things, Helen. Water, Helen. Water. I am reading the fucking things. Yes. Oh, here we go.
Detective, is that an accurate depiction of the March 24th, 2023 email exchange between Kouri Richins and Good Things Utah?
Yeah, I believe it began on March 24th. There's various dates on when emails were sent back and forth, but yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-115.
Object to 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor.
401 and 403 overruled. With respect to hearsay, there are portions of this were authored by Kouri Richins, other portions authored by people other than Kouri Richins, correct?
That is correct. And the portions other than Kouri Richins are offered for their effect on Kouri Richins.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to the extent that State's Exhibit 2-115 includes statements authored by Kouri Richins, you may consider those statements for the truth or for any purpose. To the extent they include statements written by someone other than Kouri Richins, you cannot consider those statements for the truth. Rather, you can consider them only for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the recipient of those statements.
Which is such a bullshit.
2-115.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Very good. 2-115
Once again,
is
I
admitted
can't
and
stand that
published.
they can do this.
I think it starts from the bottom up.
Okay, so this is the Guys, this is the emails they sent out to the news here. And this is her just saying, like, I'd like to be on Good Things Utah. You name it, I'm an author. Anytime that works for you, I want to promote a child's book. You know, she's asking to be a guest on the news. The time of her event, 8 a.m. Of course, I'm covering it. Here's the. I have just written what appears to be the first children's book about losing a parent. I'm glad they removed that thing here because they were realizing it's hard to read through. My husband passed away last year. We had 3 young boys. I wrote this book to help kids find comfort and peace when losing a parent. I hope to promote it on your show to help parents comfort their children with such a tragic event. And she says it's art called "Are You With Me?" And then she says, the book is available. I'd love to share the 3 steps on how kids cope with the loss of their parent in addition to promoting the book. Let me know if there's anything I can do. I can also share heart. And they said, you know, we'd love to have you on. They say, you know, this is just them going forward with it. This is just going on with, like, I'm really good. I really can't wait to do it. This is her going back and forth with TV people. She's very outgoing with them. You know, how long can it last so I can prepare? I'm ready to do any time. You know, can't wait. This is about all the bullet points and shit she needs to bring up. And now she's going to bring up her stuff. She hasn't done it yet. We haven't seen the bullet points yet. She hasn't sent over her talking points yet, but she will be as soon. Okay, so she says, here are my 3 steps. Connection. It's the 3 C's. Connection, continuity, and care. Connection, keep the person's spirit alive who has passed. Talking about them, sharing memories, doing the things they used to do, letting children tell stories of loved ones. Sounds good. Continuity. Try and keep routines and schedules as normal as possible. Sports, pick up and drop offs, living situation, friends. Keep their normal daily environment as long as possible. Care. Affirming their feelings, understanding they're sad, mad, lonely, and talking about those things and letting them know it's okay. Not changing their feelings, but letting them cope. That's right. They talk to meme. They're learning how to cope with the stages of grief and plenty of hugs, kisses, and empathy. I'm sure this is all a ripoff from somewhere, too. C3 metal thingies for 10 subs. Once again, chat, let's fucking go tonight. Thank you guys for thank you guys for your support, your generosity. Thank you, C3. I very much appreciate it. I love you guys. There was another comment here I wanted to get to real quick. Afix says, aka HIPAA's a farce. HIPAA does not apply to the well, it was subpoenaed. They put out a request for documents. And at that point, you know, the government can't violate HIPAA. So they put out a subpoena. They have to comply with it. So, but yes, the government could just get your information because HIPAA doesn't apply to them too. That's the beauty of it. So, yes, the big Dioc support. Yes. Yes, you let them watch Meme Copium, they get over anybody being killed. They'll forget about it.
In addition to Good Things Utah, are you familiar with Kouri Richins promoting the book on KPCW Radio?
Yes, again, I was sent a link to their website. I viewed their webpage and saw an interview with Miss Richins and journalists and listened to an interview that she conducted with them on their website.
Scott, 8-37, please. Is this an accurate depiction of the website promoting the interview?
Yes, it is.
Is it dated April the 12th, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-37.
Checked 41403 and here, so Your Honor, and authenticity.
Do you actually have an authenticity objection?
Yes.
Please approach.
Oh. Jeez. Oh my God.
Scott, would you redact all
Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Buckmaster says, what does this do for the state? This just shows Kouri's fucking evil. Remember, part of, and I don't know if you've been around before, Buck, for some of these things, but a trial, and I forgot I'm still wearing my trial shirt. I'm still wearing the game jersey today. Trial is, you're telling a story, you're telling a narrative, and part of that narrative has to be, that's the bad woman. Over here, this is the bad woman, and you need to fucking hate her. And here's why you're going to fucking hate her, because she's so fucking evil. And this is part of it, like that Kouri killed him, and then she went on to make this book. I mean, this makes her just sound like the most vile and evil person possible. That's what we're getting at here, is that Kouri's just evil personified. That's what they're going for here. That's what they're going for. So this just makes Kouri look really, really awful. Is it propensity evidence? No. This is just stuff that, you know, at the end of the day, Kouri just looks really awful for it. And, you know, that's sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes that's all you need is just to make the person look awful. And that's what they're doing here. That's what they're doing here. So Kouri looks like a piece of shit. You're like, ooh, she doesn't look too good. It's like, yeah, by design. By design. So that's what we're doing here. And then another for 5 subs. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Thank you for your support, your generosity tonight, guys. Let's keep going. Let's see if Kouri can survive this at this point. So, but what is the actual relevance? I think it's shows malice as a forethought that she decided to capitalize off of this. Like, she wasn't even just like a remorseful murderer. She decided to go grift off of it. You know, they're anti-grifting. This prosecutor's office does not tolerate grifting at all, probably. I don't know. I think maybe there's some more information here somewhere, but I think that's, remember, a lot of this is just poisoning the well, more or less, if I had to guess, really. And remember, trials are sales, and they're telling stories. And part of your thing is, I need you to hate, if you can hate them, if the prosecutor can make them hate you, they've won, generally. And it's just more reinforcement of that.
text below the photograph, please?
I mean, I think it makes it, I don't think necessarily, I agree with you. Well, they've already objected to the relevance here, but I think this goes to show her state of mind, that she, you know, murdered him, and then she wrote a book about it, showing a lack of, you know, complete malice. She needs to appear on the quartering. Ah, yes, very nice gifts. Thank you, guys. But no, I agree. There's relevance issues here, but remember, the state gets to present their arguments. This just shows further proof she's shit with money. Yeah, but I also think this shows she's just obsessed with attention. So, oh no, actually, Air Doo-Doo, if the gummy wasn't bit, you must acquit. Almost there.
In the caption of the photograph, please. No, I'm sorry, not the headline, the caption of the photograph.
Oh.
There we go. Okay. Remind me of the number, Mr. Clever.
Your Honor, 8-37.
If you want to put an R on it, does it matter?
We should put an R on it
Okay.
now.
States 8-37R is admitted. Defendant's objections thereto are overruled. Ready to publish?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Towards the end of March 2023, did the Summit County Sheriff's Office receive an anonymous Amazon delivery of the book?
Yes, package showed up from Amazon with a copy of the book and also a little standard sticker that you can leave a personalized message on with a gift when you send something.
Scott, 8-20, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a scan of the cover of the book that the Summit County Sheriff's Office received, along with the message that accompanied it?
Yes, when we received this, evidence technician scanned the cover of the book and then the note that came with it as well, yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-20.
Just 4143, Your Honor.
Okay. Overruled. State's Exhibit 8-20 is admitted.
Yeah, got it. This is gonna be good, chat. I did see a tweet about this. This is fucking insane. It's a gift. It says there are two sides to every story. This is the true Kouri, a devoted wife and adoring mother. Thought you should know, from Anonymous. Okay. Somebody send it to them.
Thank you. Did detectives investigate who anonymously sent the book?
Yes, subpoena was sent to Amazon to request the information on who the sender was. It came back as Lisa Darden.
Scott, 8-34, please.
Lisa Darden is Corey's mother. Oof. Oof.
Is this an accurate depiction of the order history provided by Amazon in response to the subpoena?
Yes, it is.
Dated March 21st, 2023?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-34.
No objection.
8-34 is admitted and published.
Detective, it's Lisa Darden, Cory Darden's mother.
Yes, she is.
Did detectives investigate who wrote the book?
Yes.
Who wrote the book?
Objection 4143 and hearsay.
Yeah.
Overruled. Go ahead.
We found text messages in in Miss Richins' phone between her and a contact named Book Writing Lane, who is a book writer, publisher of some type, regarding them writing the book for her.
Are they a ghostwriter?
Yeah.
Scott, 2-121, please. This is 141 pages. You reviewed this prior to today. Is this an accurate depiction of those text messages between Kouri Richins and Book Writing Lane?
Yes, this is a depiction of part of them.
Mr. Penrith, would you approach for a moment?
All right, chat. That's Corey's mom, I think, isn't it? Or is she not allowed in the courtroom anymore? But yes, Ariel's like, haha, joke's on you. My mom wouldn't know how to use Amazon. My mom's a total boomer. I mean, that's good. Yana, the ghostwriter, still with us. Mom, put it on your credit card so they don't know it's me. Yes. Kouri and her mom are sociopaths. Yep. Yeah. Self-snitching. Did she not watch Bruce Rivers? I agree. But no, she did not, apparently. So. It's not very good here. ultimately, oh, hold on here. They finally stopped the thing. Here we go. So yes, getting this apparently it was ghostwritten as well. Cat Cromer says this dude's chat behind the chat is horrible though. Shut up. Me or people? I don't get it. So maybe. All right, here we go, chat. Back to it.
Detective O'Driscoll, are the bubbles in green, Kouri Richins, and the bubbles in blue, book writing lane?
Yes, that's correct.
And does this lengthy text message exchange generally depict Kouri Richins engaging book writing lane, providing them with ideas and circulating drafts of the narrative and the illustrations?
Yes, that's what it appears to me.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-121 in evidence.
Same objection, 40143 in hearsay, Your Honor.
Right. The defendant's objections are overruled. States 2-121 is admitted. Members of the jury, with respect to States Exhibit 2-121, the green messages are authored by Kouri Richins. You may consider the green messages in 2-121 for their truth or any other purpose. The blue messages are authored by someone other than Kouri Richins. You cannot consider the blue messages in 2-121 for their truth. Rather, you may only consider them for the effect they had upon the listener, that is Kouri Richins. 2-121 is published.
Thank you, Your Honor, but the state wasn't going to go through 141 pages.
Yeah, very good.
Did Kouri Richins discuss the book with her family?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Again, in text messages that we found on her phone, she has discussions with her family members about it.
Scott, 2-112, please. Is this a February 28th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes. And again, Miss Richins is in green and DJ is in blue.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-112.
Objective 40143 in hearsay, Your Honor.
Defendant's objections are overruled. Are you asking for the same instruction as Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. 2-112 is admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, hold on, chat. We got to back up. Somebody says, "Here's a shirt." Then there's more. Then somebody goes, "Ha ha 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 ha." From somebody from Kouri to other Kouri cell phone. Okay. And then there is what's the book called? What's the book called? And this is the Are you there? Are you there with me? It turned out so cute, just something with the boys and understand the book writing process to get ready for the big one. When is it on Amazon? He says we submitted to review and they approved 24 to 48 hours and it'll be live. So I'm thinking Monday. I'll have the final draft tomorrow night. So. Awesome. So proud of you. Thanks, bro. I'm excited. I really don't know what it's like until I have an official copy, though. I just want to understand the process all ready to go. I've already spoke to a writer for my book. Whoa, felt it right there. I'm debating starting it now, and they can start on quite a few chapters before all this is over, just to get a jump start. Not sure. It's like, good job with that one, Kouri. Good job with that one. What's like that something cost? It says, so wasn't all that bad assuming everything you have here, it's $2,500. The bigger book, yes, we have to change names. I also want to talk to my attorney about other precautions to avoid a lawsuit from them for defamation or changing names enough. Will be expensive. Just for the ghostwriter to write the manuscript, 130 pages is 5 Gs. You fucking chat GPT for this shit now. Even in 2022 or 2023, you could do that. I'm assuming closer to 250 pages. That's a small book, a self-help book. So like $10K for a manuscript. The This lady does payment plans. You just pay it per month as that's being worked on. Total time 2 to 4 months. I might just start my recordings now and wait to sign up until May when more money comes in, hopefully. Oh! Oh no. Turn court down. How about that? Does that help you, Aphex? I think I turned it down a little bit. Yes, Corey's favorite words, payment plans. He's like, did book launch like rocket? As he says, not yet. I made some last minute changes. They will get the changes back to me today. And then hopefully Friday. I had them add this picture in the beginning. Oh, that's fucking creepy. It's her and him and the kids. Good luck, little sis. You have nothing to worry about. Stay calm. Thank you. You can log on and watch if you want to.
Scott 2-113, please.
Yes. What has he answered all the questions? Money.
Detective, is this a March 8th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother?
Yes.
Is Kouri Richins in green and her mother in blue?
Yes.
Is this an authentic depiction?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-113 into evidence and to publish.
Objection 4143 and hearsay. We don't need the instruction.
Defendant's objections are overruled. 2-113 is admitted.
I will let you know. No title. My title is "Are You With Me?" I don't know what I was thinking. Blank. Where is ya? Working in Offic.
Scott 2-114, please. Oh, Your Honor, we took it down because it was being published.
Should be previewed now. Thank you.
Sir, is this a March 22nd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes, and just like before, Kouri Richins is the green bubbles and DJ is the blue bubbles.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-114 and publish.
4143 and hearsay. We don't need the instruction. Thank you, Your Honor.
Scott, would you zoom in for a minute? Understood. I misread it. Okay. Zoom back out so I can see the number. My apologies. Defendant's objections to states 2-114 are overruled. 2-114 is admitted and published.
So working on this Amazon, I only make $5 a book. I'm working on a website to sell them myself. Okay. Oh my God. We're going back to it, guys. Here. It sounds way better. Oh my God. They would die. It would be so funny. Yep. I think Carter Kouri sounds better. I think she's trying to come up with a pen name there. On Amazon, I only make $5.35 a book. They print and ship. I'm working on a website where you could do it, and I make $10 a book. That's the thing. You don't make a lot of money on Amazon. The next 30 days are extreme marketing, and my goal is to sell 100,000 books by the end of the year. That's $500,000, chat, for that negative net worth she's got.
Approach on a legal issue.
Of course.
There, chat. And guys, no, I'm not painting or playing. I'm actually taking notes on some things here. Sorry.
Mr. O'Driscoll's part of the
That's fine.
investigation.
That's
Okay.
fine.
You can talk to Detective O'Driscoll during the break. Folks, we're going to take a break until 2:10.
So there's something going on with a. Now, notice he's a witness, but he's also part of the investigation. He's been in the trial the whole time. So they're trying to figure something out here. Something happened.
Thank you. Court's in recess.
Okay. I don't know what it is, but we'll figure that out in a second here. Also, 5:33, 5:43:44. Let's restart this, see if I can get this to roll better. All right, let's all right. Here we go. Oh. Okay. All right, so here we go. We're now into the Carmen stuff. Why would Kouri hide the girls? I don't know. She is just like the quartering. Yes. I maxed out my credit cards. It's what Amazon was made for originally, to sell books. Yeah, it was. It was initially. Yes, she could sell tangerine flavored books. She could sell tangerine flavored books. No, this is the same thing, really. I don't see any difference to it for me.
Did your investigation eventually lead you to Carmen Lauber?
Yes, it did.
How?
This is a bit of a long-winded answer, so I'll try to just go step by step. We had the information from the autopsy, the tox results, as I mentioned. We had just gotten the downloads from Ms. Richins and Eric's phones, and we're starting to go through them. We started comparing what was in the phones with phone billing records for their carriers. We found discrepancies between what was in the phone billing records and what was actually in Ms. Richins' phone as far as call logs and text messages. We started looking at the most frequently contacted phone numbers in Ms. Richins' phone and in Eric's phones. We found that there were a high number of communications between Ms. Richins and the phone number for Carmen Lauber. So we started looking into Carmen Lauber and found that she had a history of drug use and drug distribution. We found that she was on drug court probation in Wasatch County. My partner, Detective Maynard, actually had previous involvements with Carmen, knew a little bit about her. We started looking at who else was, or I'm sorry, we spoke with investigators from Wasatch County that were familiar with Carmen's case, and then learned that Mr. Nick Von Savage was also in drug court with her and that they were pretty good friends. We started pulling phone billing records for Mr. Von Savage and found that he had a high number of contacts, communications with the Gunnison State Prison. And so we went to the Gunnison State Prison and requested the phone calls between inmates and Mr. Von Savage. We started listening to those phone calls because they're all recorded. And we found an instance where Mr. Von Savage was speaking to an inmate on the phone, and they were discussing getting an Xbox controller for the inmate. And he said, either you buy it or have Carmen buy it and I'll pay you back. Nick said something to the effect of, no, I can't have Carmen do it. I just tried to give her money the other day, and she told me that she had just made a bunch of money selling illicit street drugs.
All right, chat.
So that obviously, and that phone call took place on March 4th, the day that Eric died. So that gave us more reason to look into Carmen Lauber. We started surveilling her. As part of our investigation into her, we collected the trash from her home. And in going through the trash, we found drug paraphernalia, specifically tinfoil with burn marks and residue on it. And based on my training experience, that's indicative of somebody smoking a substance off of the tinfoil.
She was freebasing crack, probably, chat, by looking at her. But yes, remember, trash pulls are legal. They are allowed to get your trash. It's free game. Once it's out past your curtilage. That's the difference. California, Greenwood versus California. I think that's the case. Is Greenwood. Greenwood. Yeah. Greenwood v. California. Fuck, it's hard to remember all these. Although at times I impress myself. If it's out past the curtilage, they can dig through your trash. They can't dig through your trash in your curtilage. So if your garbage can's up against your house, they can't. When I put it on the curb, you're basically giving it away.
On that information, we then applied for a search warrant.
At this point, I'm going to object to the narrative.
Oh, I'm sorry, a moment. Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead.
Sir, what did you do next?
Based on that information that we had collected, we wrote a search warrant for Carmen Lauber's residence, for her vehicle, and for her person. And that included, among other things, cell phones.
Did you execute that search warrant on April the 26th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you personally execute the portion involving searching Carmen Lauber's home?
Yes.
I mean, yes, Michael, that is like kind of one of the options. Although I will tell you, I had a client once that did that. He burned all his trash, but the police found a scrap of a, they knew he was burning his trash, like they were surveilling him. And a piece of a receipt from Dollar General blew across the field where they were surveilling, and they went out and picked it up, and that helped support the probable cause. Like, you have to really be good about burning your shit, because that still doesn't help you. You got to be very good about it. You got to be very good about it. Well, yes, Crystal, don't kill people, but that's easy advice. So, damn, you win. Yeah, that gave them probable cause, and they started looking, and oh yeah, yep. Ariel says, "Hey, not Dollar General." It was Dollar General at that point, but he burned his trash. I mean, it's a good idea, but you got to make sure you burn it all, because it blows away. It's gone. The receipt was for crack he bought at Dollar General. No, it's for stuff he bought to make meth. And he got charged with the illegal assembly of chemicals for the manufacturing of drugs, specifically methamphetamine. So, yeah.
Did you find any evidence of a crime in her home?
Yes. In Miss Lauber's bedroom, we found THC products, paraphernalia, and a firearm under her bed.
And as it relates to Miss Lauber specifically, what was the problem with the firearm?
She was a convicted felon, and by state statute, she's not allowed to be in possession of a firearm.
Or under
When
federal
searching
law.
Carmen Lauber's room, did you also find a newspaper clipping of Eric Richins' obituary?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 8-15 split screen with 8-16, please? Sir, is that photograph on the left is labeled 8-15R, an accurate depiction of a photograph of Eric Richins' obituary in Carmen Lauber's room?
Yes, it is.
Is 8-16R, the photograph on the right, an accurate depiction, just of the same obituary, but just a closer view?
Yeah, zoomed in from the original, correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-15 and 8-15R and 8-16R.
No, Judge.
815R and 816R are admitted.
Wow, Kouri should have. Oh my God, this is fucked up. God, if Kouri knew about this, she should have killed her. She was a liability. She was the weak link here.
Detective, what was your impression of
This is like shit out of a movie.
kind of the collection of material on the left?
Based on knowing that Carmen was in drug court and knowing a little bit about how that program works, it seems like she had all of these inspirational quotes that helped motivate her through her progression in drug court, and amongst them were photos of her loved ones, her family, and then amongst all of that was Eric Richins' obituary.
Dead center, wasn't it?
Yep, right in the middle of the mirror.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 8-18, please?
Well, she did have a conscience after all.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of
She had a conscience
a
after
photograph
all.
of a C&E hat that you found in Carmen Lauber's room?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-18.
No, Judge.
8-18 is admitted.
And then can you, Scott, zoom in? There we go.
Yeah, that's the C&E stonemasonry logo on that gray hat.
Thank you, Scott.
Scott's doing such a good job.
Simultaneous with
Good
your
job,
search of
Scott.
Carmen Lauber's home, did another deputy stop Carmen Lauber while she was driving?
Yes, we planned it that way because we had a warrant for Carmen's person and her vehicle as well.
Did that deputy seize her phone?
Yes.
During that stop, did that deputy find evidence of a crime?
Yes, he found that Carmen was driving on a suspended license.
Did he arrest her for driving on a suspended license?
Yes, he did.
Did that stop occur in Wasatch County?
Yes.
Did that deputy then book Carmen Lauber into the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, he did.
Did you and Detective Maynard then interview Carmen Lauber at the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, we interviewed her several times over a number of days.
What was your approach to interviewing her?
So as I said before, my partner, Detective Maynard, had previous involvement and knowledge of Carmen Lauber. He knew that she had a history of self-preservation and offering information in exchange for help with her charges. So we knew that going into it. But on top of that, after serving the warrant on her home and being in her bedroom, finding Eric's obituary, it was apparent to me that she probably had some level of guilt or concern over her possible involvement in Eric's death.
Object to speculation.
Self-preservation. It's like, we knew she was a snitch. She always snitched. And people in Carmen's situation, I've represented, I've defended, I've had to deal with them. These people like Carmen who are just kind of perpetual addicts, they'll fucking sell you out for anything. She'd be a jailhouse snitch if she could. She'll sell you out to shave time off a sentence.
The movie strike and non-responsive.
All of it or just parts?
Yep.
Just the last one.
Okay.
Yep. She got a snitch jacket, as they say out on the streets. Carmen got a snitch jacket.
Can you be specific about the content of the last part you're moving to strike?
How he assumed Carmen felt by what he saw.
Okay. That part is struck
It's like
as
the Joker.
speculation.
It's like,
Take it
I
from
know
there,
people
Mr.
talk. He's
Look.
a
Your Honor,
male talk.
can I argue that?
Yeah, why don't you go approach?
So.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I misunderstood Ms. Nestor's objection. My granting of the motion to strike was incorrect. You may consider Detective O'Driscoll's testimony, give it whatever weight you see fit.
So in addition to what you believe to be Carmen Lauber's motive for self-preservation, upon seeing Eric Richins' obituary, am I right that you thought she might also have some motivation related to her potential involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Correct. That was my impression.
What did you tell Carmen Lauber when you first interviewed her?
When we first spoke to Ms. Lauber, we sat down with her. We explained that what we had found in her home would potentially violate her conditions of her drug court, which would put her on the hook for, I believe, multiple felony charges of distribution that she was in drug court for, as well as the new charges with the firearm and the paraphernalia and THC products. We told her that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that we believe that she may have information about his death that could be helpful to us. And we told her that if she was willing to speak to us about any information she might know, that we could help her with her charges in Wasatch County, as well as the new charges from the execution of the search warrant.
Did you then immediately question her?
No, we didn't ask her any questions at that time. We told her that this was the situation. We wanted her to think on whether or not she wanted to participate in our proposal in talking with us, and then we let her sit and think on it for a few days.
How many times have you interviewed drug dealers?
Dozens, if not over 100 times.
Was anything about interviewing Carmen Lauber more difficult than interviewing most drug dealers?
Yes, there was more time that elapsed since the incident that we were talking to her about than what is typical for our interviews. So she had trouble with memory, remembering details of what had happened. And then again, what I spoke about earlier, she had a history of self-preservation. So she tended to minimize her involvement and hold back as much as she could, which is typical of drug dealers that we talk to. They won't give you any more than they have to until they feel like they need to.
Did Carmen Lauber initially inform you that she bought drugs for Kouri Richins?
Not initially. Like I said, she very much minimized her involvement when she first started talking about it. She said, there's a little bit that I know.
I mean, that's kind of like normally everybody kind of does that. You got to use your, remember, like he says that, but remember, if you're snitching, your information is currency and you have to spend it correctly in the proper way. Well, you shouldn't talk to the cops, correct? But, you know, everybody thinks they're a G until they're facing prison time. She's facing state gun charges, federal gun charges, all kinds of shit. Yeah. So.
And I want to help you with a little bit that I know, but then as we asked her more questions and got more into it, she was more forthcoming with the information that she had and ultimately told us that Ms. Richins had contacted her to ask her for pain pills.
Yeah.
And did she ultimately tell you that she bought drugs on Kouri Richins' behalf from Susan Kohler and from a friend of Nicole Cummings named Robert Crozier?
Yes.
Did she appear that she wanted to cooperate but was having difficulty remembering timeline and details regarding the drug transaction?
Jack to leading.
Overruled. Not only did it appear that way, but she was explicit in saying that several times that she was having difficulty remember but wanted to help with what she could.
At various points during your interview, did you provide Kouri Richins with information to jog her memory?
I believe you meant Carmen Lauber. You said Kouri Richins.
Carmen Lauber.
Yes, we provided content from her phone. We provided her with phone billing records that had timestamps that helped us establish a timeline. We showed her maps. We showed her property records. Anything that we could find that would mostly help us establish a timeline and order of events.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that she needed to be truthful?
Yeah, several times we told her that we didn't want her to try to make things up, that only tell us what she remembered and only tell us what was truthful. And then we also stressed that we needed a great deal of detail in the things that she was telling us, not vague comments.
Did you tell her that you did not want her to speculate on anything?
More leading, object.
Overruled.
Yes, I believe there are multiple instances in the transcripts and the videos that show when we said, don't try to guess at what we're asking you. Only tell us what you can remember.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that you needed to corroborate any information that she provided?
Yes, we were explicit in telling her that any kind of immunity or assistance or help that she would get from prosecutor's office would be dependent on not just her telling us what she knew, but giving us information that would allow us to corroborate that information.
And did you stress to her that you needed details, in particular, details to corroborate the information?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes, and that discussion got deeper and deeper the more we talked to her. We kept stressing we need more detail. These are the type of details that we need. And it just kept going from there.
Did you and/or Detective Maynard interview Carmen Lauber 6 times between April the 27th, 2023 and May the 13th, 2023?
Yes, I wasn't there for every single one, but either myself or Detective Maynard was, yes.
Why 6 interviews?
As we spoke to Ms. Lauber, she would give us information that she could remember. We would take that information back and work on corroborating it with other evidence, phone records, other details from other witnesses. And then we would go back, we would ask her more questions, try to get more information, more details. It was just a step-by-step iterative process that took several days until we felt like we had the complete picture of what her involvement was.
Did those interviews total about 10 hours?
I believe so, yes.
Were they audio and video recorded?
Yes.
Have you reviewed transcripts of those interviews?
Yes, I have.
Do those transcripts total about 900 pages?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you listen to defense counsel's cross-examination of Carmen Lauber regarding your and Detective Maynard's interviews?
I did.
Did you observe how defense picked certain sentences throughout the 900 pages?
Yes.
In the full context of the interviews, do you believe that those few sentences fairly and accurately depicted the tone and tenor of your interview?
Object, Your Honor.
What's the basis of the objection?
It's trying to make impeachment sound improper, and it's totally not improper. It is.
Don't make speaking objections. Are you objecting to the form of the question?
Yes.
What is the objection to the form of the question?
Your Honor, we object to the form of the question on the grounds that it is seeking a legal conclusion, on the grounds that it is leading, and on the grounds that it is calling for speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
No, I don't feel like those segments that they picked out at all represented our interviews with Carmen.
Do you think that those segments without context are misleading?
Object to leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I believe they're misleading.
One of those segments said, or quoted you saying that you needed details to ensure that Kouri Richins will get convicted of murder, and that shortly thereafter Carmen Lauber asked for blueprints. What was the context of that discussion?
So as I said before, when we were discussing with Carmen, it was very slow moving at first. And we were trying to emphasize to her the level of detail that we needed to be able to offer her something from the prosecution's office for her cooperation. And part of that emphasis was trying to describe to her the level of detail that would be needed in a courtroom. And it was probably poor choice of words in hindsight. But that was what we were stressing is the type of information that is acceptable to be used in a court.
Defense counsel also picked the words "get out of jail free card" that Detective Maynard uttered. What was the context of "get out of jail free card"?
So the comment that Detective Maynard made was coupling her, referencing whatever prosecution would offer her in exchange for her testimony, coupled with the fact that there was now a family that didn't have a brother, that didn't have a son, and the importance of the investigation into Eric's death as opposed to any subsequent drug investigations that Ms. Lauber was involved in.
Defense counsel also picked the words from Carmen Lauber, "Can you guys write it down and I will sign it?" What was that context?
We were trying to get Carmen to complete a written statement to go along with the scattered information that we had been receiving through our interview process so that we could establish a more chronological timeline. And she was expressing concerns about not wanting to be writing things down in front of other inmates in the cell block. So she wanted us to write it down instead.
And what did you say?
We said, no, that's not the way it works.
Scott, can I get please 8-58R? Is this a video of various portions of your May 2nd, 2023 interview with Carmen Lauber that we've just discussed?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish a...
Sorry, Chad, I had to step away. Yeah, Brian, yes, getting overruled all the time doesn't look good, but you have to object to everything. And unless you're allowed a continuing objection, which generally you don't get, you have to object all the time. That's kind of the problem. That's part of the problem here.
-58R.
Just the ones we've already discussed, the objections, Your Honor.
Would you approach for one?
So, yeah, sorry, Chad. I had to step away for a second. I use one, if anything, of emails at work.
8-58R, as ruled on by the court on the record, is admitted.
You object to protect the
Your
record.
Honor, can I just make 8-58, D for demonstrative, R for redacted. D.
Because maybe the appeals court will agree with you. So you object now.
R.
8-58DR.
Probably won't. Oh, this is a very good judge.
No, he doesn't deserve it. Like, it's just not me. Like, I can tell you, I affected people's life by selling dope.
Right.
Okay, I affected my own life by doing dope.
What?
But no, whether it was intentionally, whether he had a bad problem, or whether he was hurt, I don't know. But either way, it was done purposely. He didn't deserve that. But I don't know that for sure because I don't know the personal situation.
Totally agreed.
I would never do that ever to anybody.
I'm saying that we're going to need you to really settle down and maybe
I'm
pen
like,
and paper.
even if I get
and try
out
to write
tomorrow, whatever we need again, I can go
Well, we're
through
going to talk about that too.
if I need to go through whatever I need to go through to figure it out.
You know what I'm saying? These details that you're giving us are kind of hazy.
That's because it's to me.
It's common for people to try to kind of minimize their own involvement, but we're not interested in smacking you with this. This, at the end of the day, was the reason we're here. This is
Like, I don't know if I reach out to the caller and say, hey, do you know about approximately the time when I got those bills from you? I don't know if she's going to.
probably not a good idea. But I'm just saying we're going to need you to kind of settle down and think about details and timelines. Because we understand that you weren't a part of, conspiring.
Yeah.
But the details about everything we've been talking about are going to be important.
Right.
The homicide investigation.
Oh, that's really weird.
Yeah, it is.
That is.
It's something that like none of us are used to, right? We don't do it that often. It's pretty crazy for us too.
Yeah.
Not just you to think about. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So right now we're in a good place to where we've got the information that we're hoping you have and needed from you, right? But there's a difference between us knowing and understanding what happened and us being able to present that to prosecutors who have to present it to a court and who have to present it to a jury, right? That has to be way more detailed down the line the further it gets into the system and the process.
Right.
Okay, so that's what we need your help with at this point, is nailing down all the details. And like Eric said, if that means you have to fill out something in writing and, oh shoot, that's not how it happened, scratch out, rewrite, whatever you need to do, right? Write down something as far as you remember it right now. And then we can work on the details as we continue to talk about it, as we check phone records, as we, do all our part, our side to corroborate what you're saying, right? And I think a good starting point for that is a written statement. For you to sit down and write out what you told us in the best order that you can remember.
In my favorite note, I just told you, I probably remember what order I told you in.
It's okay. And that's fine, because you know what? We want to make sure we get the right story. And so the way you're remembering it is, there's all you can give us. You can't make something up that you don't remember, right?
Right.
So just tell us.
That's what I can't remember.
I remember it was cold, but I remember.
I remember there was, because it was very light, my life zone, like I said. It wasn't something I had to put boots in or anything.
When does the time change now? When did we go? March or April? Is it March 15th?
Yeah.
So
It was dark, I had to, because I didn't know where this house was. So I had to use Google
what
Maps.
time of the day was it? I mean, if it was dark.
It was toward the evening.
So afternoonish evening? Or?
No. It was dark because I had to use the light on the car.
So like a fire pit or?
Mm-hmm. So I had to pull into the driveway and pull the light onto the fire pit. Like,
Gotcha.
okay, this is the house. And if I'm coming that way, and I know I turned right. Came down the street, it was right there, and I pulled into the driveway, the flat, and there was just, it wasn't a big fire pit, like it was a tiny fire pit. It wasn't like, probably, those white cinder blocks, not cinder blocks, but white flat rocks that people think. It wasn't big. It wasn't a big deep one.
The shallow one.
Real, yeah. Like, I want to say there's like maybe 2 or 3 on top, and that was it. It wasn't even a complete one.
And what was the money packaged in? Didn't just leave it loose, did it have a band around it, or a bag, or an envelope? Was an envelope marked with like a bank, or just like plain white envelope?
Just a plain white one, I believe. It didn't have nobody's name, didn't have nothing on it. It was just up against, like in the dark again. Like that, so.
Sorry, what you knew about all the communications with Kouri.
Can we pause it for just one moment?
Ms. Lewis, if you approach. Scott, please proceed.
On the phone, maybe in the cloud, maybe anything like that.
I wouldn't know how to operate a cloud.
Okay. Would it be in your phone?
I have no idea.
Like,
You guys have all my phones, yeah.
but did you erase
I mean, that's what I told you.
That's why I asked you about immediately, because.
I don't know, look at the thing. I mean, you
Well, I
guys,
think that's a fair question, Carmen, and we're getting down to the brass tacks of this, and so I feel like we owe it to you to kind of start talking to you about what we do know. What we do know is within a day or two after Eric died, you got your phone. Okay?
I think that's what I'm tied.
Possibly. We also know that there are texts between you and Kouri that were deleted. I get it. I delete them too. Again, we're not looking to put new charges on you, but we're getting down to that area. We're going to need to be more open and honest with each other because there's things that we're talking to you about that conflict with some evidence that we have to an extent. And again, I'm not here to beat you over the head with it. As a cooperating witness, that information is actually really good for you. And frankly, there's now a good time to kind of talk to you about the conversation at the case. So here's where it's at with the case in your drug court. Okay. They are looking for, and it's going to be upsetting, but let me finish. They're looking for your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your two first. 5 years for the one felony, and then a 40% portion for the second for 7 years. The only exception to that, and the only thing that they're willing to kind of help you out with, is if you can help us out with this.
And by so, he means like, give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
Okay, so this doesn't sound as bad as it initially was proposed, but goddamn, she got a smoking fucking deal of deals, chat. Holy shit. The amount of things she's tap dancing on right now is insane. Being an accessory to a murder, and she is just like walking out the front door like it never even happened. God damn.
Oh my God.
This is a serious case.
That is way more of my.
I know. Listen, don't freak out.
Okay, because this is a long process.
And this is a good thing. And this is good news for you. So there's one more consideration that McKay has. Can you hear that?
No, go.
And this is kind of funny because
It's nothing funny
well,
about
the second part is it looks like you guys figured out how and when people were going to test looking at your text messages, you and Von Savage.
We just know.
And that's fucking awesome. I want to know how are you tracking with me? What I'm saying?
Having what you're doing, believe me.
We need hard details. There's no more.
I'm going to do whatever because I've struggled so hard to keep in my math.
That's great motivation.
And I literally want to complete drug court and I want to investigate. I want to leave all this behind.
Oh, that's the only way you get
My past. Like, I don't want no type, nobody. I want to change my phone number. Me and Troy were talking about it. Like, completion of drug court. My sister had this. Don't call Yeah, I told him you call him that. He laughed. I said, you know, you know this, Mr. Vegas.
I think that's what you need to do, Carmen.
Even my daughter's on board. And he's an amazing person. Like, I've never had something like him in my life. Like, I'm willing, like, day of graduation, I want to be gone. Like, I want to be hiding house. I want no toxicity in my life. I don't.
We got some hurdles here.
And that's why I said, I no longer want to work with Kouri. Sorry, I don't want. I want to do what I can help do, what needs to be done to fix this.
Right. Well, I feel like that as you were telling us that, you know, there was some talk about can you get what MJ had, and it was kind of very superficial. Can you retell that story with all the detail you can remember?
I really can't. Like, I don't even know it was. Because like I said, I can barely remember some of that because it was so long ago. But I want to say it was Michael Jackson, and like I said,
So tell me how that conversation would be structured. She sends you a text, and she tells you.
I want to say maybe she did say that.
She says, "Can you get?"
She said it was to Michael Jackson, and that I know because.
And so tell me how that would have been said, because I didn't know Michael Jackson died.
I didn't know either. Like I said,
I knew it was overdose, but like not specifically fentanyl.
Was it?
Yeah, look it up.
Look it up. That's okay too, but.
So the thought was insinuated that she wanted you to get something that somebody can die from.
I know one thing that when we got one, it wasn't dark enough. I don't even know how fentanyl would go.
So there was a couple of there was
one.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
I can see in your face.
Transactions.
So I wanted, it's so beauty, but okay. So I want to say when she asked, but like I said,
having sat in on these types of discussions, it's weird she's doing this without an attorney. Like, this is fucking mental. But sitting there with somebody when they're doing this to sell, like, when they're selling their shit to the cops, it is some of the most nerve-wracking stuff ever, because you're just like, I'm reading the detectives' faces, and every once in a while they're like, and they aren't very, like, they're pretty good about keeping it from them, your client, but you could tell your client just told them something they didn't know, and when that happens, you're just like, yes, we're getting what we need. So.
I can't remember when you think.
We'll give you all the time in the world that you need to think and remember, Carmen, but I want you to know that if you're going to work with us here.
It would be so easy if you had like pieces that we can, like blueprints.
Here's the biggest piece.
I don't want to be that big piece.
Well, the good news is that big piece helps you out.
And that's what, like I said,
You hold on.
I love Eric. He was a damn good dude. He didn't deserve it. It was done intentionally. He did not deserve it.
We believe you, and that's why we're here working on what your get out of jail free card looks like, based on this information. That there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad. There's a family that doesn't have a brother.
Oh, and I get that.
Corey's out with the deal, but
like you guys said, she's living her life right now, and that's everybody else is fucking suffering. Like them
that's
little
what
boys
it
love
is.
their daddy.
I'm sure they did.
I mean, I've seen it. Eric was that was his prejudice, not them boys were his everything. And people complain about he was gone all the time, but he worked so much. But you know what? At the end of the day, when he come in, them boys were there. And he was, like I said, it weighed heavy on me.
What? So we need to start getting this on paper. What's going to happen tomorrow with your OSC hearing? You're going to appear for it. McKay's just going to say that he's not prepared to speak to it to get us a day or 2.
Okay.
So we're going to come back tomorrow.
But can we get it cleared up this week?
I think we can get it cleared up as far as our end of it as quickly as we can get a timeline down. I know this is exhausting. I'm concerned about sending paperwork back with you and your cell because everybody's going to be like, what's that?
Yeah, can you just write it and I sign it?
Oh, no. Maybe not that way. You know what I'm saying? Because this is going to have to be your testimony.
Do I have to go to court? Well, that's what I just don't want to do.
Detective, there's several references in that video to McKay. Who is McKay?
McKay King is a prosecutor with the Wasatch County Attorney's Office.
And he was the prosecutor of the drug court.
I believe so. He's the prosecutor that we talked to and dealt with.
Talk to in terms of getting immunity.
Correct.
There's one more statement the defense counsel picked out. And that was that Detective Maynard said, the goal is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder. Do you recall the context for that statement?
Yes. Detective Maynard was speaking with Carmen about the possibility of having to appear before a grand jury. And he again was explaining to her that process and how that works and the details that they needed for that court hearing as well as an investigation. And he was trying to convey to her the level of detail that they needed.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 8-62 Delta Romeo, please? Is this an accurate depiction of the May 12, 2023 interview?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish 8-62DR.
Previous objections, Your Honor, that have been ruled on.
Okay. States 8-62DR is admitted and published.
And this is your shit. That's more up the chain theory shit. Like to the highest extreme.
Well, but here's the thing. You cooperated. At the end of the day, everybody is on the same page.
Yeah.
The goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder. These parallel drug investigations, those aren't priority.
Right.
That shit goes on every day, everywhere. That's not what we're here for.
Right. I was just all thinking though. That made it.
Well, that's why I had to clear this up because I'm not going to give you an empty promises. If it's bullshit, I'm not going to say it.
So do I have to go down to Wednesday?
Oh yes, that's something totally different than all of this. That is basically formalizing your testimony. This is street cop level in an interview room, right? That's where it's formalized in the grand jury.
But then they can't come back on me, right?
No, they're not charging you.
With nothing.
No.
Okay.
Detective, did you arrest Kouri Richins on May 8, 2023, pursuant to an arrest warrant?
Yes, I did.
That same day, did detectives execute a search warrant on the Willow Court home?
Yes, the Richins home.
Were Kouri Richins and her sons living at the home at that time?
They were living there, but we planned the execution of our search warrant intentionally to avoid the boys being home, so we waited till after they went to school.
When detectives executed that warrant, did they recover an orange notebook from a nightstand in the master bedroom on Kouri Richins' side of the bed?
Yes.
Scott, Exhibit 2-66, please. Can you just scroll through that real quick?
I mean, yeah, Joe, the defense tried to basically say, we'll write it, you sign it, or like, I'll say whatever I got to say to protect my ass. Yeah, but that's kind of like, that's their job. Like, once again, they're doing it for the love of the game, guys. Like, yeah, they got the shotgun, you got the shotgun, they got the briefcase. Like, yeah, they're doing their thing. That's how they do this. So, yeah. That's how this go. That's how this go. That's how they do. It's like the Rita Ora song. This is how we do.
Can I speak to Mr. Bloodworth for a moment? Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a portion of that orange notebook?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moved to admit and publish 2-66R.
We renew all our previous objections that have been ruled on by the court already, Your Honor.
Understood. 2-66R is admitted and published.
We're now on to the letter chat. Here we go. This is the walk and the dog letter. So she says, the day started as a typical day. Ashton, chat! Dun, dun, dun! PPP, you son of a bitch! Ashton had a dentist appointment that morning to get a filling put in for his cavity. After the dentist, we headed back home so Ashton, once again, you fucking Canadians, could stay home with Weston. Oh my God, these are awful fucking names for their kids. And Bailey, while I went to my weekly volunteering at the school. That afternoon or evening, I made dinner. We all ate as usual and ended the night like any other evening. Around 8:30, I read the kids' books, and about 9, they all climbed into bed. Eric had been on his phone most of the evening in a texting war with a hunting guide from Mexico and a few other people trying to get his horns back to the United States, which is a problem. If you kill animals outside the U.S., importing stuff is not easy. Oh, this is the orange notebook. Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is the notebook in the home. Around 9 to 9:15, he was screaming mad at these guys through his phone. At that point, he says, let's go home for a celebration drink. The following day, I was closing on a huge investment home in Midway. I had been working on this deal for 4 months, and closing day was finally here. And Eric and I were going to toast. For the closing, we went to the kitchen and both started grabbing ingredients for a Moscow Mule. And lemon drop. He was going on and on about these guys in Mexico and was so mad about the entire situation. We finished talking, made our way back to our... Yeah. Yeah, this is her script, yes. Jay Clem, thank you for being here, man. Yes. Yes, PPP! If you guys didn't know, that's PPP's his government name is Ashton. So I grabbed the Fen, he grabbed the vodka. Oopsie poopsie. Yeah, so this is her pre-arrest script. We went to our room and brushed our teeth. As we both climbed to bed, we could hear Ashton moaning and tossing and turning. Mo! 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 He was having nightmares. Again, I told Eric I would go sleep with him and try to calm him down. We kissed, said I love you, and good night, and I went to Ashton's room and laid with him. 30 minutes later, I could hear Eric snoring, and I finally fell asleep. Yes, he was having nightmares. No, Chair, no! No, quit fundraising off your viewers. Stop! Leave Melody back alone. Mom, the IRS is chasing me. Yeah, she's sleeping with Ashton. PPP, no! No! All right, she says, I woke up from sleeping with Ashton and went to crawl back in bed. It was dark and awkwardly quiet. Eric snores more times than not, so I thought it was weird. I crawled to bed and went to Eric's side of the bed to put an arm over him. He was cold, very cold, so cold. I pulled the blanket up on him, but this body just felt so strange to me. It was heavy. The only word I could think of to describe it, I could think of here. So I nudged him and said, Eric, nothing. I kept nudging him and just remember the stiffness of his body. I jumped out of bed, turned the lights on. He was pale, yellow mouth, and sounded like somebody who fucking ODs. And it urged me over that this was it. I mean, yeah. So. Also, Chad, I'm really surprised I quote Rita Ora and you guys never commented on it. So I guess weird. Weird from you all, chat. Oh my God. This is it for good. I grabbed my phone and called 911. I ran up there to see if he was breathing or had a pulse, but he didn't. Panic had sunk in as I was talking to dispatch. She had me pull Eric to the floor to do CPR. As much as I didn't want him basically falling on the ground, I pulled him as hard as I could to get him down and began CPR compressions until the EMTs arrived. They immediately took over, getting out their defibrillator and started compressions. The worst part of it all was when they were pumping his lungs and blood were everywhere. Yeah, that happens. You know, blood will start shooting out places, especially when you've been dead for a couple hours. It's like on replay in my head. Yeah, I can't na every day like an iPod stuck on replay. I began screaming at the EMTs that they weren't doing it right. He shouldn't be bleeding. How would I really know what is right and what is wrong? I have no idea. I screamed, cried, and just sat in the corner of the room by my dresser, rocking back and forth, hoping and praying this was a dream, fading in and out of the moment, hoping to go back to the night. I can read the green highlight. Before we were laughing, kissing, saying goodnight, the EMT finally asked me to leave the room. He could see I was visibly upset and couldn't function. He took me to the living room and had me sit down. I couldn't. I paced back and forth until an officer came out. There was someone and asked me if there's someone I'd like to talk to. I called my mom back to back, three-peat until she finally picked up. I told her to come quick. The amber lamps, Bamba lamps had already done, was here. Something is wrong with Eric. I was upset and crying. I hung up and paced back and forth until I finally dropped to my knees. Praying this wasn't happening at this point, the head EMT waved in to tell me he didn't make it. We did it. We did all we could do. I lost it. Immediately ran to the bathroom, began throwing up. During all this, my kids had woken up, and I quickly yelled for them to go back to bed. Like, I don't know if that's gonna work. Yelled at them to stay in their rooms. They knew something was up. They saw the ambulances and cop cars for what it seemed like hours at this point. I could feel their fear through the walls, yet but didn't have the courage to dare see them or talk to them. I curled up around the toilet when my mom walked with the EMT lady. I could tell she... Yes, this screen's very, very fake. Yes. No, this is not a victim impact statement. This is her... She journaled this in a way to make it sound good. She journaled this in a way to make it sound good. And what they're going to do is they're showing this because the letter is going to contradict this from what I understand. The walk the dog letter is going to be different. So they're going to show this was all bullshit because the letter clearly contradicts it. And that's one of the things they're going to focus on. Truth, you don't have to remember the truth because it's the truth. I could just tell my mom had no words and she rubbed my back. She already knew he was gone. EMT told her I was distraught, so was she. We couldn't even speak. We just started to say what happened, but I had no answer. I have no idea. So that is where we are. Write this much detail in a journal? An idiot. Big dog. Also, big fan of your headshot. Big dog. Delivering them all the time. How do you get a conjugal? I love you, good night. I went and slept with Ashton and that was it. It just didn't make any sense. It don't make no sense, chat. I told them I needed to call my father-in-law. They found my phone for me and I did. I just said something was wrong with Eric. He needed to come over quick. I told him the ambulance is here, but he wasn't breathing. The odd thing when I called Gene is it was 3:45 a.m. by this time. He had sounded so perky, the hello, even when he answered. Well, he's an old guy. He's a rancher. Almost like he was expecting my call. It was very strange. This is so fucking cringe. Yes, the dad was in on it. Yes, Bodega Lady, this is her journal. Well, she left this out as a journal. Like, she left this out as a thing for the cops to find. So, like, she could say, look, I'm a hecking good innocent person. Like, this is all theatrics for her. This is all intentional. This is all to try to get what they want out of it. So, this is not a, yeah, just keep going with it. And there's more here. This is, oh God, this is going to be really hard to read, chat. I'm not reading this. This is all fucking written all over about stuff after the death. March 4th, Eric passes away. The friends have a sleepover, have a few drinks and reminisce. We all laughed, we cried, we danced all night. That's when everybody's shotgunning the beers. Figure it out. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. Oh, gotcha. No. Don't worry about it. No, that I don't mean that in a snitty or snooty way. It's think about it. If you're trying to put out like fake propaganda, fake evidence, this is what you put out there. Like, oh my God, I was so sad when it happened. It's like, oh my God. Something about March 6th. They called the locksmith to open the safe, look for the green folder. This is where Katie's talking about it. The safe could have been changed. I couldn't open it. Amy tried to stop me from opening it. Blank, and the cops were called. The 8th was met with the funeral home. The 11th was the funeral. March 22nd, Kouri started counseling. March 26th, the boys started counseling. April 11th, Detective Woody called and asked to talk on the 12th or 18th. Sky told me to tell the 14th. April 13th, the search warrants executed. April 28th, the first complaint against the trust for the house. Meaning complaint means lawsuit. Filed for partial summary judgment on case. Then this is talking into 2023 here. January, Woody calls Chelsea in for an interview. January 12th, Chelsea goes in for the interview, is lied to that she was the last person I talked to. So this is insane, the note she has here. Hi, Dolly Raiders. Hello, Dolly. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you, by the way. Chelsea checks her phone number. January 13th, Jim drives the red truck for oil change. Cody finds out, goes to get it. Says July 17th, 2022. It sounds like we're bouncing around in time frames here. Find out about the private investigator who is outside my neighbor's house. September 7th, Amy is driving by the house trying to take pictures. November 2022, it sounds like now, Katie files motion to bring boys in on case. November 30th, the first court hearing on the case. Then this bounce around. November 7th, Amy serves subpoena. Mike Melrose gets interviewed. And then I find out Eric had been consulting divorce attorney. Self-authority.
The Willow Court home on November the 7th, 2024.
Yes.
Scott, Exhibit 2-65, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a document recovered from the kitchen cabinet of the home pursuant to that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-65.
No objection.
2-65 is admitted.
So this is all where she talks about, like, oh God, this is like a schizo post. Fighting with the Mexicans. Who doesn't fight with Mexicans, really? Who doesn't fight the Mexicans? It's, it sounds like it's Sean Strickland. It's like, fight the Mexicans. Based! Drink in bed. He drank half, brush his teeth. I was in bed after I brushed. Moscow Mules, lemon water, vodka. January, March 21st. Funeral, didn't have my phone. Kids bed around 9. Drink around 9. In bed around 9:30. I don't know. I laid down, hit the bed, hatched to an egg, came back to 3. Mom, cab. I don't know what that all says. Bye, Lolo.
Kouri and Eric Richins.
Unlike the casino, I provide entertainment all the time. Quality entertainment. So if you want to trust those hosers for your entertainment, that is up to you, sir. Your Canadian work ethic, sir.
Exchange text messages regarding the Midway mansion.
Yes. I believe those were located on Eric's phone.
Scott, Exhibit 2-17B, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a January 5th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes. And the green bubbles are Eric, and the blue bubbles are Ms. Richins.
Can we have just one moment, please? Just a moment, Your Honor. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Yeah, they took it out. That's okay, Your Honor. No objection at this time.
State moves to admit and publish 2-17D.
2-17D is admitted.
She says, hey, while you're sitting there doing nothing, need your opinions. I know this may change what Jeff said, but for now, I put together an analysis for Matt, which is what I'm doing because he's an investor, that will come down in at the full 2.9. I think that means 2.9 million. I need estimates on the following: exterior work, HVAC, plumbing, electrical, flooring, painting, sheetrock, pool, fixing a pool, putting in VR, doing golf, probably like indoor golf, tile cabinets, appliances, light fixtures, landscaping, add up to 4 million. He knows these are guesses, but wants a breakdown. And that's Kouri talking about her kind of topic. And Jags, I'm sorry for that dead air there. I thought they were going to switch over right away. And he says, I have no idea, but I would be way off just trying to guess. And that's the thing. He's like, it's not my job. He's like, I do stonework, babe. It's bedtime. Why are you still up? I need to have this done tonight. He has a meeting with him tomorrow. Why aren't they in the same fucking room? Well, I think it'll come out to about 6 million. I mean, yeah, we saw that house is still a disaster. He says, to fix all the rotted plywood and everything else, 125K. Sounds about right. That house chat, we saw that. 650,000. Definitely reasonable. HVAC, 200K. Plumbing, 200K. Electrical, 200K. Flooring, 250. Painting, 150. Sheetrock, 150. Pool, 300K. Miscellaneous climbing wall, basketball court, golf simulator, 600K. Tile, 125. Cabinets, 150. Appliances, 100. Fixtures, 50K. Remember how big that house was. This is a fucking boondoggle. That place needs to burn down is what needs to happen. Finished work, 200K in landscaping and driveway, pulling the sewer and electrical, 750. Not sure what that adds up to, but that's my best guess. Like we saw that house last week, chat. Completely fucking ruined. Completely fucking ruined. Place is 20,000 square feet, yeah. So how is Eric supposed to understand the return on investment if Kouri didn't tell him about all the fraud? I don't know. TM says pulling the permits. Well, he says like pulling the sewer and electrical. He means pulling the permits too. Like there's all kinds of work that needs to get done. Add in 250 more for the driveway, which makes sense. Done 4.45 million. Still not bad. All in 7.35. Sell for 14 to be safe. Does she just think she's like, I could just say a fucking, this is like quartering math. Oh, it's going to be like $8 million, but I guarantee I could sell it for 14 million. How do you know that? How do you expect to come up $14 million? Who is going to do this 14 million fucking dollars? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? $14 million. Yeah, it was a designated wetland. Yeah. Shishiko says cabinets 150. He's like, that's not the friend price, but fair. Well, yeah, I think he's trying to price us out so she can't get it. I think he's trying to price her out to discourage her. Yes, Eric's still using a Hotmail account. But from when Hotmail first came out, it's a legacy account. Yes, he's a boomer. Deluluville, yeah. Yeah. Well, he was just trying to get her so this wouldn't work. Notice, she's like, oh, this guy's good for like $2.9 million, but I'm coming in like 1.5 over what this guy can do. And she thinks, oh, I'll make it work. She thinks she's fucking Donald Trump. Oh, hold on. He says, yeah, but I bet I'm low on a bunch of things. And remember how we don't have time to do this project. He's like, bitch, we can't do this. That means I don't know how you think it's going to happen. That's funny. He said it's a guess for now. He says, no, we're not doing it, but Matt doesn't finance anything without analysis to give to his investors. They want to see some sort of numbers. This is just fucking insane. This is just nonsense.
Scott 2-37D, please. Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a March 2nd, 2022 text message between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-37D.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
2-37D is admitted.
He said, do you want to grab lunch today with a celebratory shot? He says, I can't celebratory shot tonight. Chat, that's all happening here. I got to do this final paperwork this morning because everyone's funding tomorrow, and I promised Virginia I would go on a walk with her at 1 to 2 because we didn't have time yesterday. I'm sorry. Oh, I remember Tripod. I remember Alta Vista. Those were the days. Yes, they were. Okay, love you. We got to make sure. Love you.
I want to turn now to some other text messages. Scott 2-71R, please.
Simpler time, yeah. Simpler times for simpler people, yeah.
Is this an accurate depiction of a May 24th, 2023 text message between Kouri Richins and her brother, DJ Kouri?
Yes, it is.
DJ Kouri.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-7.
I just earlier, chat. DJ Kouri! He's like, all my sister does is go to prison, no matter what. Come on, laugh at that.
71R.
No objection.
2-71R is admitted and published.
Okay, so these are text messages, other ones to Kouri and her brother saying, did Eric ever talk about suicide? She said, not really, but he'd say things like, if anything happened to me, you guys will be set for life. Like he would go hunting or snowmobiling, that kind of thing. Like if he died while he was out doing his stuff.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 2-72R?
Yes, please clap. I need your approval.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a May 23rd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother, Lisa Darden?
The date I'm seeing is May 31st.
Sorry, May 31st.
But yes, between Ms. Richins and Lisa Darden.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 5-72R.
No objection.
5-72R is admitted.
It's 5 or 2, I'm sorry.
Sorry, 2.
This is Kouri and her mom. It says, oh, okay, Hayden, who's that? The guy who worked for us? Yes. This is also for Kouri's mom. That's weird about what? I hardly know him. I guess I helped him do a business license and get insurance one time. Another one, they're waiting 15 minutes of fame. Oh, God, ha.
2-72R, yes.
Sorry about that. Detective, I'd like to turn now to some phone calls. Scott, can I get 2-76 and 2-76T?
Somebody just go beep.
1 second, Detective.
A little weird.
The detective can see 2-76T.
Your Honor, 2-76 on the left side is an audio recording, so there's nothing to see.
Okay.
Is this an accurate transcription and audio recording of an August 22, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and Lisa Darden?
The transcript does represent that, yes. I don't have the audio recording, but the transcript is accurate.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-76 and 2-76T.
If we could just have the instruction on the other speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, during this telephone conversation, you will hear the voice of Kouri Richins. You will also hear the voice of people that are not Kouri Richins. You can consider and accept the statements made by Kouri Richins for their truth or for any purpose. The people that are not Kouri Richins, you cannot consider their statements for the truth of what they say. You can only consider their statements for the effect they had upon the listener, Kouri Richins. 2-76 and 2-76T are admitted.
Picked up the sandwiches from the diner. Are you asking me that? Yes. Oh, I did. I thought so. Okay, that's enough of that. And I said, no. I said, Ronnie, yes. And there was something about a love letter put on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. I said, I don't think so, Ronnie. I never heard that. I said, I believe they were eating in the office. Yeah, supposedly you put a love letter on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. No. Yeah, exactly. In the office? Yeah. So it's just bullshit shit. Yeah. He became deathly ill. Well, Bailey was there. Like, and that's what I put. Yeah. That's what I put. God, they can come up with some wild shit. I told you guys, like, what do these people do? Just sit around a damn table and see who can come up with the craziest fucking stories? Well, you know, it makes sense to them. They're saying I put a love note on a poisoned sandwich and put it in his car? What the hell? Yes. God, what kind of psycho? Here's a poisoned sandwich I give you. Here's a love note. On Valentine's Day. Like, what the fuck? Huh? On the seat of his truck is what it said. What in the hell? Oh my God, they are nuts. And they're going to feel so stupid. And that's the thing, I feel like all of America, really. When people get up to actually testify and say, no, that is a lie, that did not happen. I was there. You can't compete with somebody who was actually there on your belief. Right. You know, so I'm just like, you know, and the stupid part is the freaking detective, so just all those idiots, they know this.
Look at Kouri's face. She's like, yeah, I'm so fucking smart, jury. Listen to this. Listen to it. Look at her face. She thinks she's so smart.
When they were at my house, I told them this. But they were going to have through anyway. And I almost wonder if they didn't tell the prosecutor. So they're saying it was on. They're saying just a few days later, Valentine's Day, Kouri made Eric a sandwich and placed it on the seat of his truck along with a supposed love note. Oh my gosh, what the hell? And then the next question is, when Eric ate the sandwich, he immediately broke out in hives, had trouble breathing. He later told his friend he thought Kouri tried to poison him. They are being so fucking sad that you would go to this. Lie. And Austin was right. I did go back and look where they do start with, I believe. Well, I'm going to have a whole bunch of I believe today when Rick calls me. Well, exactly. And that's what I was like, well, you believe that I believe this. Yes. Exactly. Oh my gosh, they're ridiculous. So Ronnie said, what are you calling him? And I said, I'm not. He's supposed to call me today. I said, and then I want my question answered. I believe. I'll show you, I believe. And he just sent me a text and asked me when I'm free today. But just sure as I said, go ahead and call. Ronnie's going to call back and we're not done.
Scott, can I please get 2-77?
Afix, we have to be careful because, yeah, these are jail calls. We can't say where they're from because that's prejudicial. So they try to cut out all the shit.
7 and 2-77T. Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a transcript of a second August 22nd, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and this time her brother, Ronnie, regarding Valentine's Day 2022?
Could Scott scroll through a couple of the pages just so I can verify?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-77 and 2-77T.
Same instruction, Your Honor, but no objection.
As with the last audio recording and transcript, you may consider Kouri Richins after this conversation for the truth of the matter. You may not consider the statements made by people that are not Kouri Richins for the truth of the matter of what they say. You may only consider those people's statements for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the listener. The 2-77 and 2-77T are admitted.
Eric a sandwich and put a love note on it, and the sandwich was poison?
Oh my God, I know. Like, no, the fuck, that did not happen. I was like, no, that didn't happen. Here's what happened. Nanny can testify. That's who fucking lived there. That's not what happened.
Yeah.
Like, that's not at all what happened. Where the fuck are you getting this bullshit?
Yeah, and like I even like have
No.
like my bank statement and stuff showing that I bought lunch at Mirror Lake. Like I didn't make any fucking.
Yeah, I know. I was like, no. These sandwiches are bought from a restaurant from a diner up the road. Receipts to prove it. This shit didn't happen. They're working in the office, and Nanny's there to testify that all of this is true, and everything they just said is complete horseshit.
Detective, are you familiar with what is known as the walk the dog letter?
Yes, I am.
Scott, exhibit 2-86R, please. If you could scroll through that for the detective.
Actual reading, 86R.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
Pause for 1 moment.
Your Honor, I object. I think there needs to be a foundation laid of if whether or not it's to her mother.
Please approach.
Okay.
All right, chat, we're getting to the moneymaker. I mean, you would say that, Marlene, people getting upset, but remember, you get indignant after a while. Like, you get combative and hostile. She's like, fuck these motherfuckers. I wouldn't blame her. I've had clients like that. The longer you're in there, the more angry you get.
Is this?
Do you remember the question, Mr. Detective Odisco?
I can ask it.
Okay, please.
Is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September the 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
This is that letter. It has redactions, but yes, this is that letter.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-86R.
Just renew the previous objections the court's already ruled upon.
Okay, 2-86R is admitted and published.
Detective O'Driscoll, can you please, starting at the top where it says page 1, read this letter aloud?
Page 1, walk the dog, but take vague notes so you remember. Here's what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie.
Chad, he's going to steal my job. He's stealing my job. Apparently, we just blew up a tanker just blew up. Yeah, oil won't go. Yeah, oil prices already went up a little bit, but they also went back down a lot. Like on Monday, they went up till 117, then they went back down to 92. Like, it'll be fine, Chad. It'll be fine. I get gas tonight, though, in the short term.
He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week. Upon information and belief, just like they say, a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about Eric's Mexico trips. Eric told Ronnie he gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico from the workers at the ranch. Not to tell me because I would get mad, because I always said he just gets high every night and won't help take care of the kids. There are pictures in my phone of Eric passed out on the floor or in the chair. Ronnie should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck, so I wouldn't find them. Ronnie never told me about the conversation. Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some. Eric never wanted anyone to know he had an issue, especially get caught. He always wanted Kouri to go down for him. When they traveled, Eric would put his drugs in Kouri's bag at the airlines right before they boarded. That way, if they were caught, Kouri got in trouble, not him. Once they got to wherever they were going, Eric would pull the drugs out of her bag and it would cause a huge fight. She was pissed he would risk her going to jail for his drug use. He just would laugh about it. Eric couldn't ruin his image that he had drug issues, so he would do whatever he had to. Kouri has never done any type of pills, didn't like them. Rarely would she consume THC, only if Eric begged her because it was a special occasion. Reword this however he needs to make the point, just include it all. The connection has to be made with Mexico and drugs. Ronnie will have the messages to prove Eric confided in him about getting high. It can be short and to the point, but has to be done. Upon information and belief, LOL. They never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because he hid it in allergy bottle in work truck, and Cody emptied out work truck within a week, so they were never found.
That's all he gets is an LOL. That's kind of weak sauce.
When you talk to Ronnie about this, meet up with him in person. I worry sometimes your house and phone are bugged. Maybe drive down to SL and meet him after work without Bree. Tell Ronnie, don't overanalyze it. It was a quick 2-minute conversation, LOL. Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home and then we will get those damn bitches. Also, please text Lotto or call. Tell him do not text me anything about us doing things together ever. Like church, skiing, trips, nothing that puts us together. It doesn't look good. We're so close to the end, let's push through. Have the conversation with Ronnie before he meets with Sky. Then tell him to tell Sky at the meeting about the conversation. Hang in there, we're almost there. Love you to the moon. Take vague notes of all this so you remember before you walk the dog.
Detective, does Sky in that letter refer to Sky Lazaro, Kouri Richins, former defense counsel?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, please.
Thank you. Let's jump right back into that letter since we're on it while it's fresh on our memory. It's Exhibit 286 for the record.
You want me to put it back up?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
There you go.
Thank you so much. All right, so this letter that you just read aloud, do you know the date that it was written?
I believe it was September either 12th or 13th.
Okay. And in this letter, the very beginning letter tells, I guess if it's her mother that she's addressing it to, if that's what you say, that to remind Ronnie to tell Sky this story, correct?
What part are you referencing?
The story about what Eric told him about getting fentanyl from Mexico.
There is a part that says tell Sky at the meeting next week.
Okay. So it looks like there's about to be a meeting with her lawyer, Sky, right?
I have no idea if that happened or if that was about to happen.
Okay, well, that's what it says.
It says at the meeting next week.
All right. So there's a meeting coming up with the lawyer, and Kouri is relaying something that Ronnie had known from the past, and something that occurred between him and Eric in the past, right? When they were watching a football game.
You pause for a moment. Go ahead, Mr.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, let's blow it up. We're going to get very particular. All right. A year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and then she tells a story about something that Eric allegedly told Ronnie, right? And just by the way, if you could go up just a little bit above that.
Wait for the answer.
Wait, but before let me rephrase. Katie, if you could go back up to he will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week, just start right there and then highlight. And then thank you. I'll rephrase.
You're withdrawing that question?
Yes, sir, I am.
Understood.
So he's going to need to tell Sky next week about a year prior to his death, something Eric told Ronnie, allegedly, right? About his trips to Mexico.
Your Honor, there's no question there.
It ends in a question mark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Right?
It includes the word allegedly.
Yes. Right?
Hold on. Any other objection?
Your Honor, perhaps you could just re-ask it again.
Sure. One more time, Ms. Nestor.
In the letter, because you said you weren't sure, so we're looking right at the letter. In the letter, she says at a meeting with Sky next week, and she talks about Ronnie telling a story about a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie being over watching football one Sunday and talking to him about his trips to Mexico, right?
That's what the document says.
Okay. As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go to Ronnie and say, hey, did this happen?
I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie. I don't think it was me, but I believe one of the other investigators reached out to Ronnie for an interview and were not able to talk to him.
So the answer is you were never able to confirm or deny with Ronnie whether this actually happened.
I was not.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Then she tells a story about Eric putting drugs in her bag at the airlines right before they board. You see that? Can you highlight it, please, Katie? Now that story has been verified by Allie Staking, her friend that testified before the jury, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
have you been sitting in this?
The objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is that right?
Could you rephrase the question?
That story about Eric putting drugs in Kouri's bag when they would travel and causing a fight was verified in this courtroom by Allie Staking under oath. Is that correct?
I listened to Ms. Staking's testimony. She told of one incident when that happened.
Okay.
This says Eric would, as if it happened multiple times, so I don't know. I just know what I heard Ms. Staking testify to.
Did you ever ask any of Kouri's friends or family if they knew of situations where it had happened before?
Where what had happened before?
Where Eric had put drugs in Kouri's luggage when they traveled?
I don't recall asking that specific question, but I think I heard about it coming up. I don't remember who the conversation was with, but I think I had heard something to this effect before.
Was it involving a trip to Mexico?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Do you remember where the trip was involved?
I don't. Sorry.
So at least someone in your investigation did at least suggest that they knew of another situation besides Hawaii where Eric did this.
No, I don't know if it was a separate one or if they were referencing the same one. I don't know for sure.
All right. All right. If we could go to the bottom of highlight the bottom half for me. All right. There's references in here that Ronnie will have messages on his phone to prove Eric confided in him about getting high, right?
That's what this text says.
As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go check Ronnie's phone to see if those existed to verify this?
I was made aware of this letter after May 8th.
Of 2023.
Okay. Like I said, I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie to talk to him in general about the case, and he denied letting us talk to him. So no, I was never able to confirm this with his cell phone.
So we sure have sat in this courtroom and listened to a lot of testimony about search warrants to seize phones. You know how to do that, right?
I do know how to do that.
Didn't issue a search warrant to get Ronnie's phone to see if that happens to be true.
No, but like I said, this information came to me well after May 8th, 2023.
Okay, sir, that's 3 years ago, right?
Yep.
And isn't it true you issued a search warrant as recently as 2 months ago to search the house for, I think, the 10th or 11th time, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then can we go to the very last little bit about they never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house? At the bottom? Yes, please. Thank you.
I can see that.
You can see it? Great. Okay. So again, this refers to the previous page where Eric allegedly told Ronnie that he kept his drugs in an allergy bottle in his work truck so that Kouri wouldn't find it, right?
Objection, Foundation. That's not what the previous page says.
We just go back to the previous page.
Sure.
Please.
Absolutely. Katie, can you go back to the first page and find the section in there about where he kept his drugs? Let's see.
Yeah, this is not really getting you where you need to go here.
Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle.
Yeah, Helen, this is like... It's just convenient this all comes out now. It's like, where has Kouri been through it? Like, this is a bigger point here. The jury can't ask this question, and they can't ask it. But if this information was true, Kouri could have relayed this information to her attorney, and they could have investigated that way. But notice that never happened because Kouri never provided the information because it didn't fucking exist.
In his work truck, so I wouldn't find them. Isn't that what that says?
The whole sentence says Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck, so I wouldn't find them.
And by the way, this was seized September 14th of 2023, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And at that point, had you revealed to Kouri that you had found an empty hydrocodone bottle in Eric's nightstand the day of his death? Had you ever revealed that to her or her lawyer at this point?
I personally didn't find the bottle.
Okay.
It was located on the night of Eric's death and was transported with his body to the ME's office.
And there's no way for Kouri to know that when she wrote this, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, that's fair. All right, go back to what we were just talking about, to the bottom of the second page. All right. They never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because Eric hid it in an allergy bottle in the work truck, right? So that connects to what we just saw on the first page of what he allegedly told Ronnie, right?
What is your question? Yes, I can see that this document says that.
And the next sentence says, and Cody it's cut off on my screen, but not that one. I'm going to share a screen with the jury. And Cody emptied out work truck within a week. We've heard that verified by Cody in this courtroom that he said to the jury under oath, correct? While you were sitting in here.
Objection, Foundation. I don't think that's what he said.
Sustained. You got to rephrase.
Did Cody come pick up the work truck within a few days of Eric's death?
I'm not personally aware.
Did you sit in this courtroom here and testify to that?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, I sat in the courtroom. Yes, I heard his testimony. I don't remember exactly what he said, but.
And just in case the jury has been so focused on that witness box that they don't notice what's happening back here, you've actually been in this courtroom every single day, every single minute, listening to every single person testify, right?
Nearly, yeah.
Almost.
Almost.
Maybe a bathroom break here and there, which you're entitled to. Okay. All right, let's take that down. Now, I want to go back to... Oh, by the way, the just last little thing on the walk the dog letter, then I swear I'll quit beating a dead horse. But the walk the dog letter, to your knowledge, was the walk the dog letter ever delivered to Kouri's mom, to her brother, to the lawyer, to anybody?
I don't believe so, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now let's back up just a little bit to your entry into this case. Oh, no, I left my notes. May I please return to the table? Too excited and ran up here too fast and left all my questions for you on the back. So, okay. I want to talk to you about the time. So you basically, before you even entered this case as the new head of the investigation.
Lead investigator.
Thank you so much. I want to use your terminology. Before that, you did what's called a trash cover at Carmen's house, right?
We call it a trash rip.
A trash what?
Rip.
Rip. Okay, I've never heard that. So you did a trash rip at Carmen's house, correct?
You referenced a time frame. I don't remember what you said. Could you rephrase it?
Would it refresh your memory that around February 21st of 2023, you searched Carmen's trash?
It was probably around that time, yeah.
Before you were technically the lead investigator of this case.
That's possible, yeah.
And you said you found some foil, right?
Yes.
And that's usually an indication that someone's been maybe freebasing, heating it up in foil and then smoking it, typically.
I don't know the term freebasing, but
I'm from the 80s. I'm old, so you probably don't know that term. But
from my experience, people will put a substance, any substance that they want to smoke, on top of tinfoil. They'll heat it from underneath with a lighter or torch, and then they'll smoke the fumes that come off of the substance.
Okay. And did you test the substances that you recovered from her trash that day?
I believe we submitted some of those pieces of paraphernalia to be tested, but I don't remember if we ever got results for them. If they were only tested, I don't remember. I have to check records.
Would it refresh your memory to say that only meth and heroin were recovered and no fentanyl?
Like I said, I can't remember without checking my records.
You certainly can't tell the jury under oath that they got fentanyl out of her trash that day, right?
No, I don't remember us finding anything that was confirmed as fentanyl.
Okay. And then at the end of March, I believe, someone started tracking Carmen's car. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that you all or was that Mr. Gabler?
Who was you all?
The law enforcement, sorry.
We did apply for a GPS tracker warrant for Carmen's vehicle, yes.
All right. And then you get to be assigned a lead investigator around April the 11th.
I think it was in March sometime. I would have to check my notes again, but I believe it was about mid-March, early to mid-March.
Okay. And the first real step that you took as lead investigator, would it be fair to say that was when you applied for a warrant for Kouri and Eric's cell phones?
Oh, it's been just as long for me as everybody else. So I remember that I applied for a warrant for, well, I'm sorry, I don't remember. One of the first things I remember doing is applying for a search warrant for medical records for Kouri.
For Kouri?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. All right. And did you also apply for medical records for Eric?
I think those had already been requested or seized subject to a warrant.
By Detective Woody. Actually, I think she did testify to that. I think that's right.
I believe so. One of the investigators previous to my getting into the case.
And then you decided to knock on Kouri's door and interview her, right?
At one point I did, yeah.
And when you showed up to interview...
Objection, Your Honor. Bench, go.
Can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment? I need to go chat with my co-counsel for just 1 second.
No problem.
Well, that doesn't do anything, Chad. Kind of. You know, this is just not good for Kouri. Like, she's still not going to win. She's done. Stop the fight. It's over.
All right, so we are going to leave that topic alone and we're going to move forward, okay?
Okay.
Ooh, they're moving on from that.
Also, the other things that you did in the mid to end of April of 2023, shortly after you were assigned to the case, you also looked at extracted Kouri's cell phone. Did you not?
Yes, I'd have to verify the date, but yes.
Okay. And when you extracted the phone, were you able to start looking at her texts and looking at her everything in her phone?
Yes. At this time, we had just acquired our own forensic equipment. So previously, we relied on the RCFL for our digital forensic evidence extractions and so forth. We had just started getting our own forensic equipment, and so I downloaded Kouri's phone, and I don't remember the format of the software to analyze it, but I do remember seeing the text messages and the gaps in the text messages.
Was that the first time you'd ever extracted a phone on the new equipment?
I don't remember it was the very first, but it was one of the first times, yes.
And was there anybody who assisted you in doing that extraction?
Yes, Miss Gibson did.
All right. And are you or Ms. Gibson certified on Celebrite or the extraction gray key, whatever you use to extract it?
Miss Gibson is. I'm not.
All right. And then after you extracted Kouri's cell phone, you interviewed Chelsea Barney, did you not?
I did.
And Chelsea's testified here. Chelsea was Ms. Richins' dear friend from junior high, right?
That's what I understood, yes.
And when Chelsea came in to be interviewed, didn't you tell her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Chelsea did not come in anywhere when I interviewed her. I interviewed her in her home in Heber.
Oh, were you present when she did the interview at the sheriff's department?
No, I was not.
All right. So when you interviewed her at her home in Heber, did you tell Chelsea that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Just a foundation as to what time frame are we talking about?
Can you?
A little foundation.
Sure, I'm glad to. Can you tell us when you interviewed Chelsea in Heber?
I can't give you an exact date. My best guess is it was probably April sometime of 2023.
Before Kouri's arrest date.
Correct.
And when you interviewed Chelsea in April of 2023, did you tell her, did you represent to her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
I don't think it was phrased that way. So we had some interest in the timeline of their communication between Chelsea and Kouri the night of Eric's death. Because when we looked at what was available on the phone, it appeared that Chelsea and Kouri texted every single day. Like, they were always talking with each other. And then there was a gap, I believe, between March 2nd and March 4th. So that stuck out to me as unusual. And I did bring that up with Chelsea and just asked her if she knew of any reason that there would be that gap. And then she was actually able to produce some documents from her cell carrier that we went over together, and it looked like that matched up.
So you originally suspected that maybe she had deleted a conversation with Kouri?
That's what it looked like initially, is that there was an unusual gap in communication between these two best friends that I understood them to be.
Okay. And it turned out that was incorrect, right?
From what I'm remembering, yes. So there's some confusion because there were just personal direct text messages between just Kouri and Chelsea. And then there was a group chat of all their friends.
Right.
And it was hard to distinguish in the beginning which occurred when. And I think that's where some of the confusion came from.
But ultimately, you were able to agree with Chelsea that she did not speak with Kouri the night of Eric's death and did not delete any messages with Kouri, correct?
I couldn't find anything that suggested otherwise.
Right. And then was Chelsea unhappy with the way that you all handled her interview?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, were you aware that she filed a complaint that she had been misled about her phone when she was being interviewed by your office?
I was a...
Your Honor, just objection foundation. I think timing's important here. I think counsel's confused about two different interviews, so I think we need foundation on timing.
Would you just be more specific about the complaint or what it was about in some month and year?
Yeah, sure. Shortly after Chelsea was interviewed, the time with you and the follow-up time, did she file a complaint against your
No,
office?
that's the problem. Can you break it down one at a time? They're two different events.
Just a moment. Okay, I understand. I'm going to get specific about timing.
Okay.
I think that will solve the problem. Prior to your interview of Chelsea, was Chelsea asked to come in by Detective Woody? When you reviewed the file, were you aware that there had been a previous interview with Chelsea?
I don't know if it was when I reviewed the file, but I was aware that Chelsea had come in for an interview. And that was prior to when I talked to her.
You're right. And after that interview with Detective Woody, did Chelsea file a complaint about being misled when she was brought in?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Help me out. I'm not sure where we're headed.
Your Honor, do you think it's relevant?
Wait, approach for a moment.
Okay.
All right, hold on, chat. Here, I gotta fix something. Damn, it's going on longer than I thought it would, so I guess we're not getting to Afroman tonight. At this rate.
All right. And in addition to you interviewing Chelsea at her home in Heber sometime in mid-April, you also interviewed a close friend of Eric named Jake, right?
Yes.
All right.
Jake Sorensen.
And then you, at the end of April, is when Mr. Bloodworth said on April 26th, when you got the warrant and executed the warrant on Carmen Lauber's house, right?
We executed a warrant on Carmen Lauber's residence on April 26, 2023.
Right. So between April 11th or end of March, when you first joined the case, and April 26th of 23, you possibly got a warrant for cell phones. You extracted Kouri's phone, interviewed Chelsea and Jake. And then that's when the seizure happened at Carmen's house, right?
I'm not sure what you're referencing about the April 11th date.
That's the date on your report when you were assigned to the case. So that's the date I've been using. But if you remember it earlier.
That's the date that I wrote the report?
No. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It's not. If you remember it was the end of March, we'll go with that. That's fine. I'll use the end of March.
Okay.
And then you search Carmen's house. And then the next day is when we saw the interview that you had with Carmen at the jail, right?
Yes. So Carmen's home was searched on April 26th. That same day, she was arrested for driving on suspended license. And then the next day was the first time that we spoke with her at the Wasatch County Jail.
So first, the search of her house. Was any fentanyl located in her house at all?
No.
Then when you go to interview her, do you know what time of the night or the day she was pulled over for driving with a suspended license?
It was in the morning.
And what time of day did you see her on the 27th?
I don't remember. I would have to look at the timestamp on the video of the interview.
And I watched the interview, but I never saw anyone ask her if she was under the influence while you were interviewing her. Did anyone ever ask her that question?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
And is it fair to say in that first interview, before any promises had been made about leniency or anything, Carmen denied ever being asked for fentanyl by Kouri Richins?
Yeah, I testified earlier that drug dealers, in my experience, when you interview them, will initially.
Well, let me stop you. I'm asking about Carmen, not other drug dealers. I'm asking about Carmen Lauber. Did she deny ever being asked by Kouri Richins for fentanyl?
Yeah, as most other drug dealers also do when I interview them.
And did she share with you a personal tragedy that her daughter had OD'd on fentanyl?
Yes.
And did she tell you that because of that, she didn't mess with fentanyl?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she's asking about statements from the prior interview. Let me ask a more specific question. Do you mind approaching for a moment?
This is not going well for Kouri. Kouri, oh God. Yeah, I hope you understand, like, oh my God, I'm going to prison. I hope she understands that. I hope you understand that, Kouri. You are going to prison with that look on your face, sweetheart.
The objection is overruled. Ms. Nestor, you're next. Did you get an answer to that question? I'm not sure you did.
I'm not sure I did either, so let me ask it again. Did Ms. Lauber tell you that because of what happened to her daughter tragically, that she did not mess with fentanyl? She didn't deal with it?
I believe those were her words, yes.
Right. And as a matter of fact, the first people that ever injected the word fentanyl into any conversation with Carmen Lauber were you and the other investigating officers, correct? It came out of y'all's mouth first, not hers.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
Overruled. If you understand what she's referring to by y'all. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I
did it
just
again.
focused on the previous question because I thought there was going to be a follow-up question about my impression.
No. So the first people that mentioned fentanyl in the interview were law enforcement, not Ms. Lauber, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Because I think we told her in that first interview that while investigating Eric Richins, we told them that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that he had died of a fentanyl overdose.
Sorry. And then you went back and interviewed her again and again and again, right? 5
more distinct separate interviews.
And I believe that I wrote this in quotes because I try to be precise. I believe that when we were listening to the recording, and the jury will, I trust the jury's memories on this, but the phrase, "you're the biggest piece," right? That was said.
Yep.
And that meant you're the biggest piece of this puzzle, right?
In context, I'm trying to remember what was said before that. I think there was Ms. Lauber made a reference to, can we just like put all the pieces together in front of us so that we can see how it happened?
Actually, it wasn't can we, it was can you put the pieces together for me, correct?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. And then go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah. And so in context, we said, you're the biggest piece of that set of information that we're trying to figure out.
You also, and I wrote this in quotes, and hopefully the jury will recall this the way I do, you hold all the cards.
Yeah, as in she had all the information that we didn't know.
And we saw her struggling and telling you repeatedly that she could not recall dates, she could not remember certain things. Is that right?
She told us several times that she had difficulty remembering, and that
the
the more that we brought to her and showed her things that were corroborated, the more she remembered and the better recollection she had.
And then within less than a few days of when she finally gave you what you needed, that there was fentanyl involved in her transactions, within a few days is when you issued the warrant to arrest Kouri, right?
We interviewed Carmen between April 27th and May 13th. The warrant for Kouri's arrest was issued by 3rd District Court on May 8th.
But when was it requested? May 3rd? Does that refresh your memory?
I don't request arrest warrants.
You signed, you're right, that's done by the county attorney's office, correct?
They filed charges in the case and requested an arrest warrant. We were made aware of it on May 8th.
Within days of Carmen Lauber agreeing with you that fentanyl was involved.
May 8th falls between April 27th and May 13th, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about your investigation into. Oh, by the way, let me back up. Since you have become the lead investigator in this case, have you ever located the hydrocodone bottle that was found on the nightstand next to Eric?
Can you define located? I know where it's been at certain points throughout the investigation.
Okay.
We don't currently have it in our possession right now.
That's all I need. I want to talk about the Valentine's Day investigation. All right.
Okay.
Katie, can you bring up, just for the witness only, Your Honor, Exhibit 3-13D as in Delta? Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, it states Exhibit 3-13D.
And is it fair to say that this exhibit is a visual clip of the locations where Eric was on February the 14th of 2022 based on geolocation in his phone?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
I don't know whether this witness would have the basis to know that, so sustained for now, if you can lay some
I understand what you're asking. As you've been preparing for this case, have you been reviewing the demonstrative exhibits that the state prepared to get ready for trial?
Not all of them, and not this one. I've just seen it in court.
Okay. Did you, as the head investigator of this case, investigate Eric's whereabouts on the days of February 14th, 2022?
Yes, in the sense that Mr. Courtroom, the digital forensics expert that the county hired, helped us in the analysis of the phones, and he at some point told us the data that was in the phone regarding Eric's location on the 14th.
All right. So without revealing anything that Mr. Kostradimos said, what did you learn about Eric's locations that informed how you acted in the future in your investigation?
Objection, Foundation. I don't know how he would know that without hearsay.
Well, it's possible that he heard it prior to being in court, and to the extent that is to inform what he did next, we can accept it not for the truth of the matter. Shall we proceed in that way?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's see what the response is.
Go ahead.
Just so I'm clear, you're asking if I'm aware of Eric Richins' location on February 14th,
Yes.
just based on
The whole
digital
investigation.
evidence?
Yep, and the whole investigation, whatever you did.
Your question was at least tied in some way to Mr. Courtroom.
Okay, we'll start with that. So based on your working with Mr. Kostradimos, looking at the digital evidence that you went through in this case, do you have a knowledge of Eric's locations on February 14th of 2022?
Maybe pause for a minute. We
Yes,
can
sir.
approach him.
Yeah, guys, Kouri Richins is going down in flames here. This is not looking good, chat.
May it please the court?
Please.
Did you receive information from Mr. Kostradimos about Eric's locations on February 14th, 2022 that informed your investigation in any way?
I believe so. The truth is, I don't remember 100% for sure if and when I knew about location data from Eric's device throughout the investigation. I would have to go back and review reports, especially Mr. Kostradimos' reports.
Can we, Your Honor,
I just don't remember.
Can we see if this document refreshes your memory as to that?
This one or different?
Yes. Can we go through the pages very slowly and give him a minute to see if it refreshes his recollection?
Yeah, objection, Foundations. I think we're at the same spot we started with a few minutes ago.
Well, we're showing different pages. He testified that he'd never seen the first one prior to being in the court. It's unclear whether that's true for the remaining pages that the witness is being shown right now. I imagine we're about to find out.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you need us to do it again, or did you see them all?
Yeah, I saw.
Does that refresh your recollection about Mr. Richins' locations on February 14th, or what you knew about them?
It doesn't. This demonstrative Mr. Courtroom created, and the first time I saw any of these slides was in the court. And like I said, he may have shared that information during our investigation. I just don't remember.
Okay. So Ms. Richins is here today on charges that she attempted to kill her husband on February 14th of 2022. Is that right? One of the charges.
I believe so, yes.
And you're the head investigator of this case.
Yes.
Did you take any steps to confirm or deny Mr. Richins' movements on the day of February 14th of 2022 when he was allegedly a murder was attempted on his life?
Our team did. We hired an expert in digital forensics.
So what do you know about his locations on that day?
And that's what I'm saying. What I know and what I remember are probably two different things. What I knew at some point throughout the investigation is that Mr. Courtroom probably found whatever location data was available on his phone and shared that with investigators. I just don't remember the contents of what those said.
So as you sit here right now under oath in a homicide trial, you cannot tell this jury what Mr. Richins did on the day he was allegedly attempted to be murdered. You can't tell them. That's
Foundation, Your Honor. The question is, you can't say what Mr. Richins did. There's no foundation for that.
Your Honor, that's not the question I asked.
No, I'm sorry. Counsel, just ask a more precise question. If it needs to be 3 more precise questions, that's fine.
Thank you, I will.
The foundation objection is sustained.
You cannot say under oath what your investigation showed about where Mr. Richins was on the day that someone apparently attempted to murder him.
I could after a 2-minute conversation with the digital forensics expert that we hired, because I just don't retain that information well.
So you don't know.
I don't remember.
You don't know right now, and we're in trial right now. Do you know right now?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask it and answer.
I'll withdraw.
That one was a little argumentative, sustained.
I'll withdraw. Speaking of that, were you ever able to confirm or track Mr. Richins and place him? Did you ever check and see if he ever went to the house in Midway?
Court's just sitting there going, "That's not true." She's like, "It's not true." She's like, "Just call him a motherfucker, Kouri. Just call him a motherfucker. Kathy, just call him that." They got nothing left. This is their last stand. I mean, this is like watching the Alamo. Jim Bowie's already been sitting up on the top of the wall playing his fucking fiddle. Like, this is them just engaging as the troops come over the walls of the Alamo. This is it. This is it, guys. And I think everybody else knew that. Her defense team knows that. I think Kouri now realizes this is just that, just start singing, if you call my, it's just like you hear the Madonna song from the chorus, I want to take you there. Pop, pop, pop. And it's just, everybody's going down. Everybody's going down. You start taking hits. Stacey says, I was at the Alamo in February. Or this is also kind of like a Tears of the Sun, where they're doing that peel, and then they stop, and everybody holds a line, and they just start fucking laying down hate, and they just start getting dropped like one by one. We're kind of at that stage. You're just like, boom, 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 boom. Drop it, grab another one. Like that. That's where we're at. This book is the cover to her next book. You Are Guilty. Yes. That's where we're at. I think Kouri knows she's fucked now. Yes, but yes. Are you guilty? Yes. Are you guilty? Yes. Hold the line, chat. Hold the line. So, yeah. But that's where we are. This is it. I've been in this situation too. Kathy and Esther already knew she was dead as soon as she walked up there. Kouri Richins probably still thought she had a chance.
On his geolocation, did you ever ask anyone to do that?
Objection, Foundation, when?
I can ask him if he asked anyone to do it.
Well, that's a different question. So the question you just asked was very broad as to time frame. Foundation objection is sustained, but please ask a more precise question.
Did you ever ask an expert, hey, can you see if Eric Richins ever went to the Midway house where Carmen allegedly left drugs in a fire pit?
So I was the lead investigator on the case. I was not the only one making decisions. I am aware that someone in our investigative team directed Mr. Coacherdemos to look into Eric's location from his device. Yes.
Are you able to tell this jury if Eric Richins was anywhere near the Midway house around the time that Ms. Lauber claims she left drugs there?
That's a broad date range. So I don't know. I don't have that data in front of me.
Okay. All right. Is it true that through all your interviews with Carmen and your attempts to corroborate what she was telling you, at least one of the times that Carmen allegedly purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier and brought them to Kouri was after Eric was dead?
Her testimony was not that. She didn't remember it that way. We found digital evidence that suggested that.
So after Eric died, it is your understanding that there's still drug dealing going on between Kouri and Ms. Lauber?
I am aware that Ms. Lauber conducted a similar transaction 2 months prior to Eric's death, after his death with Ms. Richins.
On that's the occasion, I believe, and you were here, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but that's the occasion where Ms. Lauber claims that Kouri had to write her a check, right?
Yes.
And the check was written out on the Kouri Richins Realty checkbook, right? As you recall from your investigation.
Yeah, I believe it was a K. Richins Realty check.
Did you do any corroboration or investigation into whether or not Carmen Lauber did actual work for Kouri Richins Realty that week?
Yeah, I mean, we talked to Carmen about her relationship with Kouri in all ways. And she said she had done some work for Kouri in several different capacities. As far as that week, I don't know that we ever got into those details.
That was the week that they were about to close on the Midway Mansion. Is that correct?
What date are you referring to?
The date that, oh, I'm sorry, strike that. That's fair. The week before she got the check is the week that the Midway Mansion closing allegedly happened, right? Right after Eric's death.
Your Honor, objection. The air quotes, this is testifying.
The air quotes were for the Midway Mansion. That's why I did that. That's what I call it. But for the house on Legacy Drive, I won't do that again. The house on Legacy Drive.
Sorry, can you restate the whole question? I've forgotten it already.
The house on Legacy Drive had closed in between Eric's death and when Ms. Lauber allegedly got this check, correct?
Between Eric's death and when she got the check?
Right.
As far as my understanding, yes.
Did you ever talk to the realtor and say, hey, did Carmen Lauber clean up that house the week before it closed?
Which realtor?
The realtor for the Legacy house.
I'm not aware who that is.
You don't even know who was selling that house?
No.
So I guess the answer is no. You never made any attempt to corroborate whether Carmen did work that week.
I don't know that the realtor would know the answer to that question, but I never talked to them.
Okay. And speaking of the Midway Mansion closing, we've had some testimony here about some closing documents that were signed and dated either the day after Eric died or a couple of days after Eric died. Did you hear that testimony?
I believe so, yeah.
Did you ever go to the people that conducted the closing and confirm whether Kouri was present at that closing in person?
No.
Are you aware that you can do closings on houses without being present in person?
I know nothing about realty.
Okay, well, then I'll let you have a pass on that. Did you ever do any determination as to whether those documents were signed through what's called DocuSign electronically?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
The closing documents for the Legacy property, did you ever do any confirmation or investigation into whether those documents were signed via DocuSign or electronically without being with a wet signature and a pen?
The investigation into the signing on the house and the other financial documents, I wasn't a part of. That was through the prosecution's office's investigator and their experts, their forensic accountants. I wasn't really part of that.
As lead investigator, you can't testify that that was ever done here today.
I can't, I have no knowledge of it.
Okay. You did, you were involved in at least 8 of the 10 search warrants that were issued on this house. I think the first 2 were
What do you mean by involved?
You were lead investigator once those warrants were being executed. I think the first 2 were Woody, so I don't want to credit those.
The title of lead investigator doesn't necessarily mean what I did in those circumstances. I guess I would ask you to be a little more specific about what you're asking.
How many warrants are you aware were executed on the house, on the Richins home?
I believe around 10. I don't remember the exact number.
And in 10 different times of searching, was there ever any fentanyl recovered?
Throughout the 10 search warrants, anything that was recovered during those search warrants that we suspected may contain fentanyl, have traces of fentanyl, were sent to the state lab.
Okay.
We got results back from the state lab. There were some items that.
Maybe a question.
Okay. Do you want to move on?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the 10 search warrants that were executed on this house, did you ever find any cups, glasses, straws that contained any traces of fentanyl on them?
Let me be clear. I wasn't present at every single time that the house was searched. So the answer is investigators on my team or investigators from the Summit County Sheriff's Office did not find cups, straws, the things you mentioned that contain fentanyl, no.
As you sit here today, can you even tell this jury the exact time that Eric Richins died?
I don't know that anybody can.
Can you tell this jury how fentanyl got inside of Eric Richins? Based on evidence, not speculation or theory, but evidence.
I know it was orally ingested.
And that's all you know, right?
That's not all I know, but I know it was orally ingested.
To this date, have you ever recovered any of the pills that Carmen Lauber allegedly gave to Kouri Richins to test to see what they are?
That I can confirm for sure are the pills that passed from Carmen's hand to Kouri's hand?
Correct.
No.
Okay. Prior to Carmen Lauber's second, third, fourth interview, there was never a warrant issue for Kouri's arrest prior to that date. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
Prior to the interviews with Carmen Lauber, there was never, that was the first time you all requested an arrest. Let me say, because I won't say y'all. The first time there was ever a formal request to arrest Kouri Richins was after the interview with Carmen Lauber, correct?
After at least the first 3 interviews with Carmen Lauber, we had enough information that we believed met a probable cause standard for the arrest of Ms. Richins. Okay. We gave that information to the prosecutors, and they filed charges in this case. They then requested an arrest warrant be issued from their district court. I executed that warrant by arresting Ms. Richins.
Have you ever heard of hair follicle testing?
I think I've heard that term. I don't know what you're referring to.
What's your knowledge of it?
That people much smarter than me can test hair follicles for what it can tell you about the body's biology.
Specifically,
the extent of what I know.
Specifically, isn't it fair? You've been a narcotics officer for a long time.
Objection, Your Honor, relevant scope.
This is beyond the scope.
Your Honor, it goes to the investigation or lack thereof.
But beyond the scope of the version or the version of the direct examination regarding the investigation. You have other options to get into this. It's just not right now.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
When you searched Carmen's house, did you test any pills that were found in Carmen's house?
I don't remember. That would be a better question for Ms. Gibson. She handled all the evidence recovered from that search.
You were aware through your investigation that shortly before Eric's death, he was on a hunting trip in Mexico. Is that right?
Yes.
And the very last thing Eric ever did that we can establish before he passed away was a Google search, right?
I don't know if that's an accurate statement, but I know that a Google search was found on Eric's phone the night he died. That was, I think it was searching directions or how far it was from Utah to Sonora, Mexico, I think.
Right. And did
you had to drive, how long it would take to drive.
Okay. And did you do any investigation into where Eric went hunting when he was on his hunting trip in Mexico? Where was it?
Yeah, I don't remember the name of the outfitter. Todd Rice was the contact that we had with the hunting outfit in Mexico.
But I mean, where in Mexico? Was it the Sonora area?
I think so.
Okay. Also, according to Ms. Lauber, she estimated that each time she got pills that apparently she says she gave to Kouri, there were 15 to 30 pills per transaction. Is that accurate?
Her statement.
Your Honor, the foundation is to when? During interview, during testimony, during when?
Provide a little more foundation for the question, or a little more detail for the basis of the question.
What is your understanding of how many pills were involved in each transaction that ultimately allegedly went to Kouri?
Approximately, well, total or each time?
Each time.
Each time approximately 15 to 30.
Right. And that would be a total, again, math, but if you have 30 pills times 4, that's 120 pills.
That maths for me.
And you were in the courtroom when strike that.
Where is this going?
Did you give Carmen rides?
Where are we going?
With her attorney in the car?
I still don't know.
After she agreed to cooperate with you?
We helped transport Carmen when she couldn't get somewhere. It wasn't usually in my car. It was in Detective Maynard's, but yeah.
How often did you guys give Carmen rides places?
It was only a couple times.
Did you talk to her on the phone?
Yeah.
Check in with her?
Mm-hmm.
Went by and saw her at her house?
The answer is Steve.
I'm sorry.
You gotta say yes because they can't type. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, so what was the answer to the last question about you called her on the phone?
Yes.
You would go by and see her in person?
Well, not just like to see her, but like if we needed to get in contact with her in person for some reason, yeah, sometimes we'd go to her house or her work, wherever she was at.
And this relationship or these interactions that you had with her extended from the time she agreed to cooperate with you to literally she showed up in court, right?
If you're referring to myself and Detective Maynard, yes, because Detective Maynard contacts and deals with Carmen a lot more than I do.
Okay. Getting close. I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience. Oh, okay. I want to talk about the Lord, if they're GIFs or GIFs, I don't know, but GIFs that have come in, those pictures of the goofy pictures that they said that Kouri accessed the morning of the 4th, right?
I'm sorry, who's they?
All right, I'll be more specific. The GIFs, you saw them come up on the screen. They were like joke GIFs, right? That it was testified to that Kouri's phone accessed them all at the same time the morning of March 4th, morning Eric died, right?
What I understand about the GIFs is that there were, I think, 3.
Well, chat. He froze! Stacey says no, they weren't banging. Like, they were giving her rides to, like, drug court and stuff.
Different ones.
Or to treatment
and
providers. That's
that they were somehow accessed on Kouri's device. The technical jargon of the digital forensics is whatever Mr. Cotrudimos testified to.
I'm with you on that. So clearly, I would imagine, as the lead investigator, if you're investigating a potential homicide, would it be important to you to look at the very last conversations that the decedent and the suspect had right before the death?
It could be part of it.
Did you do that?
I believe I did. I don't remember what the contents were, but...
Katie, can you please pull up JO11? JO11? And this is only... Yeah, okay. And make it a little bit bigger so that the Detective O'Driscoll can see it clearly. And take your time looking at this, and I'm going to ask you some questions about it. Do you recognize these texts? keep going, Court Katie.
I recognize that they are from Eric's device, yeah.
All right, and they're between whom?
Eric Richins and Kouri Richins.
And what is the date, sir? Can you blow them up,
Sorry, I'll have to
please?
zoom in.
Sorry.
March 3rd, 2022.
So this is the day, literally, there's the last day on Earth. And it's the conversation he had with his wife, right?
That's what it looks like.
All right.
I have to look at all the timestamps to
And
give
certainly,
accurate context for that. But,
I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Certainly you reviewed this as part of your investigation.
probably. I'm not remembering them, but
Your Honor, this,
I have not looked at every single text message on Eric's phone and on Corey's phone.
sure, but like the day he died would be a kind of an important day to check out, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you
Like
recall?
I said, that's where we got the information about the hunting guide in Mexico. So yeah, we were looking at that information.
So then, Your Honor, may I please admit this as Defense Exhibit 300? I don't even know what we're on yet. 3010. Is it 10? 3015. We're a little behind. Thank you, Ms. Brittany. I appreciate that. We move to admit it.
Well, objection, foundation, or authenticity. I'm also looking at maybe approaches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we go to is this the first page, Katie?
All right, chat, here we go. Uh-oh. We're almost seeing the surrender cobra, chat. Oh, yeah, she's like, are you there? Are you there? Can you help me? Eric, please. No, uh-oh. Honestly, Chad, I think she's thinking I'm the only one who can save this. I honestly do.
Let's pause there. There will likely be additional questioning of Detective O'Driscoll tomorrow morning from both the defense and the state. That additional questioning we do not have time for today, so we'll be recessing for the day between now and tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. As always, please don't talk about the case with anyone. Please do not allow anyone to talk about it with you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of the case. Please do not do any research about the case.
Yeah, this ain't working
Please
good
counsel.
here.
All right, covered.
Folks, have a seat. Anything else on the record today, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Detective, I need you to be back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Agreed? Yes, Your Honor. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 8:30 in the morning. Thank
Your Honor,
you.
just real quick.
My apologies.
If there's some kind of urgent matter they need to discuss with him as a chief investigator, I guess I'm just asking we all be on honor. They don't discuss with him his testimony at all. But if they need to talk about something, just let me know and we'll probably agree to that. So just if there's an urgency in the middle of the night or something.
Any problem with that, Mr. Bloodworth?
No problem, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. We'll be in recess until 8:30 a.m. Thank you.
I mean, I don't know how she's going to walk away from this. I think Kouri Richins is thinking, she's like, I could save it. It's like, I don't think you can. I could see her trying to be like, no, I could testify and fix it. I don't. I don't know. I don't know, chat. Like, really where this is a thing here, so. She's cooked. I think she knows. If she doesn't know, I don't know. Here you go. So we'll see. They can always call him the toe for the last minute win. Yes, another win for the toe. No way you let her testify. Well, it doesn't matter. She gets to decide if she testifies. I would beg her not to testify, but it doesn't make it any, like, it can't get any worse. Like, her testifying is like, should we open the windows on the Titanic? It's not going to change much. So, why didn't they let the state cross? Because it's the end of the day. Remember, this wasn't a full day, TM. They started at 1:30. So, yeah. So it's different. It's Los Differento. So, if she wants to testify, would you let her? I would tell her she shouldn't, but it really can't make it worse. I mean, I think Kouri thinks she might be able to talk her way out of this because she thinks she could talk her way out of anything. I bet. Remember, she's the smartest person in the room. Somebody like Kouri. So, if she doesn't testify, she can still lie to her kids that she didn't do it. Yeah. Um, is Erica available for ghostwriting books? So, that letter didn't do much for me. Well, it does though, because you notice her statements from that notebook she left out intentionally and the letter kind of contradict each other. So, yeah, she talked her way into $11 million in real estate. She somehow has zero net worth, but $11 million in real estate. Hey, when you're white and you have a nice smile, and I'm sure it's kind of like how Elizabeth Holmes got into it. She's a perky white girl, and she suckered in some people with money to back her up and at least vouch for her. And that's kind of how it started. So the ghostwriting thing is so cringe, yes. But that's the name of the game, though. So, yeah. So, let me see here, chat. Almost all nonfiction publishing as ghostwriters. Really? Catbread, unfortunately, can't breathe. Yes. Yeah, well, she suckered in a lot of people. But Elizabeth Holmes talked like this, and she talked like this. She should get out of prison early if she just won't use her normal voice. Oh, yeah. All right. So Adam A. Dude says, happy lawyers produce more milk. Yes, they do. Thank you. Johan's been a member for 21 months. Says, better a snorer than a shovel. That's right, chat. Don't be a scooper like Meme. Don't love sand. Chuggy Show for $5. Thank you. It says, could you only read the walk the dog letter in a way that almost puts me asleep? LOL. Well, it wasn't walk the dog letter. That was her journal entries. But yes, similar thing. I did my part. I did what I could. Yeah, she shouldn't testify, but I can see her wanting to. Can we get some wholesome Clyde content? I don't know. Will he hold on here. Clyde! Clyde, come here, bubber. I even ate dinner in here and he didn't even come in, so I don't know. Clyde! What? 2.0's like he's vast asleep, I think he's sitting in her legs. We had a storm last night, and Clyde, for some reason, I don't know, like, some dogs panic with storms. Like, there's a storm coming, and like Lainey just sleeps through like thunderstorms and everything going off. The wind starts blowing and Clyde starts getting scared, or if it rains at all. If it starts raining hard, Clyde gets scared. If it's like thundering and shit, he panics. We don't know what happened to him. Like, he must have had a bad experience. Like, he panics like he got caught out in a storm, we think. We're not sure though. I don't know though. It's kind of weird because he's such a little guy, but we kind of wonder if he got caught out in the rain once because he is terrified. But right now Clyde is eepy and 2.0 is not going to wake him up, and I don't want her to wake him up. So, my dogs get anxious as fuck. Yeah, Lainey's just like Clyde starts panicking. Lainey's just like, huh? And she just sleeps away. Hold on one second. Okay. My dog's panic if someone in another room opens a closet door. Well, that's the funny thing. If I get up from this chair, Lane will be like, ah! It's like, but like a lightning strike hits in the house next to us. And Lane's just like, oh, does he have a Thunder shirt? We've tried everything on a wall. We've tried everything. Thunder shirts don't help him. We've given him like all the weed treats we can, like he'll eat. They don't. He sits on you and shakes. Like this morning, all the storms that were last night made it to our area like at 7 o'clock in the morning. Until about 9 o'clock, Clyde just sat on top of 2.0. Like when I left this morning, I had to leave this morning like at, I left at like 7:15. Clyde was sitting on top of her head in bed, like, please help me. He was not doing good. You would think that would get extinguished after years of not getting caught in a storm. Marlene, dogs are like people. We all have our trauma. And also remember, like, dogs are smart, but they're not people smart too. So like they have limited brains. Oh, we had a tower going, didn't we, here? CLLYDE. Let's see here. How does a Thunder shirt work? Well, it's just like for like it's really tight fitting and you put it on and it's tight and it's comforting. It's called compression therapy or something, like, they do it for tards. It works for animals too, but it's called a Thunder shirt and you just strap it on and it fits them real tight and it's supposed to make them calm down. So if you reinforce what they are scared of, it plays in the insecurity. Well, we don't try to. He just jumps on our heads. Jade Reed says models, not tonight. Not tonight. Not tonight. We'll have some more time coming up, though. So. Trenches says, is free basing like free balling? Yes, exactly. Just like that. I just give them the hug they need. Yeah, I know. We do too. We do too. Hold on one second. What's that, babe? Yeah, but he's still pretty rough. I mean, but he's still really bad. It's still really bad for him. I mean, 2.0 was like, he's kind of gotten better. I was like, yeah, kind of. So. Yeah, it's like an autistics heavy blanket, but for dogs. Yeah. It's kind of like the weighted blanket. Yeah, except they can wear it. Kind of. It's like swaddling. Yes. Oh, and Erica, congratulations. If it really is 5 years for you, congratulations. I wasn't sure if Maddie was being a smartass or not. But yes, congratulations on that. Let's see here. I have to act brave when it storms, but I don't like them either. I like storms, especially at night when you're in bed and you can like the lightning on the ceiling. And then if you can have the window open, you can hear the rain hitting. Oh, so relaxing. So relaxing. So Poor Manny catching strays. Yes. I'm not. Yes. Niggle is a word. Yes. We're not doing this. You're going to be like the people like, did you know niggardly is a real, it actually has a real meaning, chat. It's like, yes, we know. I remember there was somewhere, I forget where it was, but it was like a city council meeting. The guy said niggardly. And they're like, he had to be like, wait, did you know it's actually meant to, it's got a real use? And we're like, I need a covered porch set on. I like covered porches too. Or a garage. Sitting in your garage and like when the storms come in is always nice too. As long as it's not like blowing in. It's yes. Oh my god. That's ridiculous. Okay, hold on here. Wait, who said it? Ben says, what does niggardly mean? Niggardly means you're stingy and ungenerous. You're like bogarting. You're holding back. You're William Holden with things. I was like, these towers need work. They all towers need work. It's like miserly, yes. Miserly, yes. In Mexico, they call the feds El Negro. Oh, that's funny. You love storms. I fall right to sleep here in Cape Town. They only have piss rain. They literally call it disaster mode. Huh, interesting. Interesting. So. Got a little. It means tech guy. What did tech guy say? Hold it, fucking McNeil. Oh my god, you guys are ridiculous. Oh my god, chat. Oh, you grilled marinated pork chops, fried sweet potato. You had me up to the sweet potato part. I do not like sweet potatoes. Broccoli and a lettuce cup chicken salad. Oh, nice. Let's see here. What was I looking for? Yes, don't get the Chinese started on saying or Yes, they have their own words. Although, like we shown that one night, the Chinese know how to say the N word because they just scream it at NBA players. And it's just like it's rough. It's rough. Sweet potatoes complement the pork, yeah, but I don't like sweet potatoes. It's a taste thing for me. So yeah, it's similar to ham and pineapple. Yes, I understand. Sweet potatoes are more diabetic friendly. Learn to love them. I won't love them at all then. Easy enough. So, Jesus would love your honesty. Can we get a war update? Yes. Real quick, there is a war update. There's a shifting in a phase right now, and I'll just bring this up because I commented on this. Chat. This is actually a big deal on Twitter. This tweet. So this is a picture of RAF Fairford, and this is a B-1 Lancer, the B-1B bomber. That's at the RAF Fairford base. These are 2,000-pound JDAMs. These are what you see on the back ends of these are you basically take a GPS guided fin setup. So this will self-direct. It's a guided munition now. These things are called straight. Oh, hold on here. If I can draw on this. These little things wrapped around in gray are called strakes. Kind of like little winglets a little bit, help it fly and guide. But yeah, these are like 2,000-pound bombs. This can carry 70,000 pounds of ordnance. It's no longer now. This is all being done within sight of the fences. Yes, but this is the B-1B Lancer, also known as Bone by the crew. So, this thing can carry 35 of these motherfuckers. Okay. That right there is the rotary launcher for cruise missiles. So, like, they were launching JASSMs, which are the joint attack standoff munitions, the standoff missiles. And they basically, it's like a revolver. It's like, ka-chung, 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 and it just, you start launching them out like that. They're pulling that out. And you do that because cruise missiles you can launch from really far away and the plane can't get shot down. To drop JDAMs, you have to basically be flying over the target at like 30,000 feet and just pow. Or as I like to say, skadoosh. So basically, they're going to turn this into a dump truck full of laser-guided bombs, and it's just going to cruise around Iran with impunity. The only reason why they would do this is because there are no air defenses operating where they intend to employ this, which means we probably suppressed almost all their missile air defenses at this point, which means we probably have air dominance over Iran right now, which is a thing that we're probably just going to bomb into the fucking Stone Age. So that's what's happening here. Yes, Nero, we talked about this before with the B-1R, where it was going to carry like 40 AIM-120 AMRAAMs and be able to go Mach 2, and basically an AWACS would light up the sky, and it would just launch like 40 air-to-air missiles in a barrage and just ripple fire off AMRAAMs at whoever it's dealing with. That died a horrible death in the early 2000s. So... this is all being done intentionally to show everybody what we're doing. That's all being done intentionally to show you that, like, we can do this. It's demonstrating something. It's saying things without saying things. Yes, the B-52s are going to feast as well. Yeah, well, the B-52s are not fast yet, I don't think yet. But the B-52s have already been doing operations. But yes, soon we'll probably see a B-52 fucking chugging along over Iran. And a B-52 can carry even more. You know, a B-52, fucking H model B-52 just cruising along over fucking Iran. Like, whoa. Oh, no. That'll be hilarious. That will be hilarioso, chat. So. Let's see here. What can we... let me see. We are, hold on, chat. I gotta, with the B-52H model, its armament is 70,000 pounds of ordnance. So basically, it can carry, almost the identical amount of weapons. I thought it could carry more than a B-1, but interesting. It does not carry those. It can't do the same amount. So, which sucks. Yes, Angela, by the way, happy birthday again. Hope you had a good birthday. When will we see the F-117? Never. That's now in test status only. They fly those out of the test school. Weren't there already B-52s in the zone? Yeah, but they were using them to launch cruise missiles. So, like, There hasn't been a B-52 just like on station dropping JDAMs, but I assume that'll happen soon. Hey, Sean, for something different. Hey, Skeeve, man, good to see you. It's been a while. Something different. I just watched The Matrix with farts. Jesus Levy says, what was the deal with the school that got hit? I mean, it was basically inside the operating area of a Basji. And the Basji are like kind of like the Republican Guard of the Iranian Revolutionary Council. The school was like inside the walled compound, like inside the entry checkpoints. And it was right next to a bunch of shit and it got hit. It looks like it used to be used for stuff, and we just had bad intel. I mean, because that picture, that video of a fucking tomahawk just going stoop right into it. Yeah, I mean, shit happens. Shit happens. You know, if only people were that upset when we fucking schwacked a family of 10 people with a hellfire. So, I heard they used old coordinates. I mean, they were all like, these buildings are all right next to each other. It's not like they were even away from the base. Yeah, the school was in the compound intentionally. Yep, it was. It was intentional. I mean, it sucks they did it. You know. Let me see here, chat. Why would Iran put a girls' school in an army base? Good question. Good question. Why would they do that? So, why did the B1, why did the boner die? Because it wasn't part of the air, like they were trying to find uses of the B1 after the Cold War ended. And that just didn't subscribe to Air Force doctrine at the time. And it's still kind of like a shitty idea. I mean, why do I need it? Why use a B1 that can carry like 40 or so AMRAMs when I have an F-15EX that can carry like 20 of them now? I mean, that's the problem. The F-15EX can carry like a bunch of them. Actually, it can carry 12, chat. The F-15EX can carry 12 fucking AMRAMs. That is it's a lot of fucking AMRAMs. I mean, this is like, I mean, just look at this thing. Look at it. Look at it. This isn't even recently. But like you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And with the EX models of the F-15, it can actually carry ones like right here and right here. So it's like even more. And like they can double them up and they can put like ones right here too. They can do all kinds of shit. That's a lot of firepower. And if I can make a bunch of F-15s, it's far more effective. It's a lot more than 12, actually. The EX carries even more. I forget how many the EX can carry, but it's a lot. Let me see if I can find a good picture of it. Where's the EX carrying stuff? Let's see here. I mean, it just can basically carry 1 million of them. So, Crystal says, where do the nukes go? That one, I mean, it can carry a nuke. It can carry a B-61, but this is meant to just carry a just dump truck air-to-air missiles out there somewhere. So, could you have 3 on the wing pylons? I don't think so. I don't think they put 3 on the triple ejector racks. It might carry a 4 stack. I forget, but I've seen a picture of one fucking loaded down, and it was like just like in a video game. Maddie, I understand AMRAMs are nowhere near the same as a JDAM, but you can't use JDAMs against a bunch of Sukhois. But it can carry a shitload of air-to-air missiles. It can carry a shitload of small diameter bombs, which are mini JDAMs, all kinds of stuff. Are these human operated? Yeah, it's the F-15. It's a piloted airplane. Yes. So, yeah. Yep, chat. So with that said, Yes. So I think we're gonna kind of leave that here, chat. It's not a clanker. How many are crewed on an F-15? Depends. Sometimes one, other times two. So 1 to 2 people. Depends. Model stream, no, because it's already getting late. So no, I'm not going to do model stream. I got to be up in the morning. So no. Sorry. Sorry, chat. Or am I quiet quitting? No, I have to be up first thing in the morning. I have a guy, he was client was in prison after he got indicted. He got indicted after he was already in prison. They brought him back. I saw him this afternoon. I got to go see him first thing in the morning. So we have like a 9 o'clock hearing. So I got to get out there early to go talk to him some more. Just so we're ready to go. So no, I got an early morning. Yes, I'm abandoning you, chat. I'm abandoning all of you. All right, we'll do this one real quick. We'll end on this, chat. We'll end on this. Good. All right, chat, here we go. This will be good. Here we go. We'll end on this. Here we go, chat. Here we go. The casino's on. Ski Man's like, that's right, Sean. Tell us all to get fucked. That's right, chat. All right, here we go. This is hilarious.
What if your favorite celebrity was in the Epstein files? I highly doubt that Adolf Hitler. I just died on your arms tonight. What if?
Locals tomorrow know that I'm on PST. Yeah, we'll do locals tomorrow. Yeah, because remember, it's only Wednesday, not Thursday. So, yes, chat. We were told not to leave, but we can't stay here. That's right, chat. But you're gonna have to leave. So, with that said, chat. I don't know, Kouri Richins. I don't know how she's gonna fix this, but I'm sure she's got an idea. So, with that said, chat, I will see you guys tomorrow. Maybe things will get better for her. And with that said, chat, until next time, remember, just because you did it does not mean you're guilty. Although Kouri Richins still, it's not getting any better. The dive is getting steeper and steeper and steeper and steeper as we go here. So, just leave the stream running again. Yeah, I could do that. Anyways, good night, chat, and I will talk to you guys later. Thank you all for being here.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law.
They're really 66% not guilty? Whoa. Man, I'm not gonna lie. If she walks out of there, I'll be impressed.
Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops. Even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. But please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy?